Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into the fog-choked streets of Victorian London. Horse-drawn carriages rumbling by, gaslights flickering against coal-darkened buildings, and you, well, you're cursed. Not in a supernatural way. No, it's much worse than that. You're beautiful, a little too beautiful, and that means trouble. You tighten your shawl around your shoulders as you cross a cobbled street slick with rain, boots echoing in rhythm with the tap-tap of distant heels. Someone's watching, always watching. You can feel it, not just the lingering gazes of men in stovepipe hats, but the narrower, colder stares of women peering from behind lace curtains. And you haven't even done anything yet. See, in the Victorian era, beauty isn't just admired, it's dangerous. You're not applauded for it. You're judged, watched, and ultimately punished. And tonight, you'll find out exactly how. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, post your location and local time in the comments. I love knowing where in the world you're drifting off from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're standing in a London alley that smells like damp wool and coal smoke when you first notice the way people react to you. A young constable slows as he passes, a shopgirl crosses herself, and an older man mutters, "She'll come to ruin, mark my words." You haven't spoken. You haven't even smiled. All you did was exist, beautifully, and in Victorian society, that's more than enough to make you suspicious. Your reflection in the window of a haberdasher's shop stares back at you. Flawless skin, eyes too bright, lips that curve too naturally. It's a face that doesn't ask permission. And in the 1840s, that's practically a crime. Historians still argue whether Victorian society actively targeted beautiful women or merely failed to protect them, but the pattern is hard to ignore. From literature to law, from gossip columns to medical textbooks, beauty is painted not as a blessing, but a burden. It's the red ribbon on the wolf's neck, a warning. And here's the first problem. The city is obsessed with appearances. It's the age of etiquette, posture rods, and silent judgment. If you're beautiful, your every movement is scrutinized. Did she laugh too loudly, look too long, smile at a stranger? One misstep, and you're not just that pretty girl, you're that kind of girl. The standards are rigid and impossibly narrow. Ideal beauty in this era, pale skin, ideally untouched by the sun, doe-like eyes, a tiny waist you can't breathe through, and a voice so soft it barely rustles the curtains. Oh, and don't forget your teeth. Straight, small, and clean. Though dentists at the time were basically amateur blacksmiths with pliers, you pass a bakery window. The warmth of fresh bread teasing your senses. But inside, a woman elbows her daughter and whispers. You're used to it by now. You've had offers you never asked for, letters slipped under your door, and once, memorably, a proposal from a man who'd only seen you walk past his carriage. And yet, none of these gifts come without strings. One wrong move, and the same beauty that draws admirers will condemn you. If someone of lower station compliments you, you're forward. If a man of higher class notices you, you're dangerous. And if his wife sees it, heaven help you. There's a saying whispered behind fans at parties. Too pretty to be decent. You've heard it? You've seen how fast admiration curdles into accusation. Beauty means temptation, and temptation? Well, that's not something Victorian society takes lightly. Here's your fun fringe fact for the night. In 1843, a London newspaper ran an actual editorial warning parents about overpretty daughters, claiming they were more likely to end up actresses, foreigners' wives, or unfortunate. That's Victorian code for doomed, exotic, or scandalous, possibly all three. You tuck your hands into your muff as you pass a lamplighter. He stares. They always do. But you've learned not to react. Smiling encourages attention. Frowning makes you appear ungrateful. And ignoring them, that's its own kind of offense. There's no safe way to wear beauty here. If you highlight it, you're vain. If you hide it, you're ungrateful. If you try to use it, you're manipulative. Victorian society is like a chessboard where you, dear listener, are both the queen and the pawn, powerful and expendable in equal measure. You're walking past an apothecary now. The window is full of tinctures, tonics, and a powder promising a lady's bloom. Translation: arsenic, chalk, and lead, all swirled into a miracle complexion cream. Yes, they knew it was poisonous. No, they didn't care. Looking good was more important than being good. Or alive. But you wouldn't need that. Your skin glows naturally, which makes you even more suspect. Even Queen Victoria herself had a complex relationship with beauty. She famously distrusted women who looked too fashionable and considered certain ladies of court overpolished. If your face outshone your virtue, you were clearly hiding something. And then there's the issue of class. If you were beautiful and poor, your beauty was a liability. A working-class stunner? Society assumes you'll use your looks to climb or to sin. Middle class and too pretty? You threaten stability. Upper class and stunning? You're treated like a prized vase, admired but not trusted. Remember, the Victorian ideal wasn't about real women. It was about control. Beauty had to fit into a box. Elegant but modest. Visible but silent. Admired but never enjoyed. And you? You don't fit in that box. You never have. As the gaslights flicker and the fog thickens, you step carefully over a puddle, skirts lifted just enough to reveal your boots. A man across the street stumbles. He was staring. You've seen it before. Beauty here is more than a distraction. It's a hazard, like wet cobblestones or unregulated opium. So you keep walking, head high, expression unreadable. Because you've learned something vital. In this world, being beautiful is like walking through a hedge maze of mirrors. Every reflection is warped, every path a trap. And still, you keep going. Because what choice do you have? The next morning arrives wrapped in damp mist and the faint clatter of hooves on stone. You haven't even stepped outside yet, but your name is already being passed around over breakfast toast and weak tea. Why? Because someone commissioned a portrait of you. You didn't ask for it. He said you were inspiring. Said your face had a kind of truth to it, whatever that means. The painter was harmless enough, a man with smudged sleeves and an unsettling stare, but his finished product? That's where the real danger begins. Your portrait now hangs in a salon off Great Russell Street, and you can already hear the whispers. Too beautiful to be proper, they say. She knows it too. You can tell from the way her eyes follow you. Because in the Victorian world, even art is weaponized. A single flattering image of you, whether a portrait, a cameo brooch, or one of those brand new daguerreotypes, can undo your entire social standing. And fast. It's hard to overstate how obsessed this era is with surfaces. The right photograph could launch you into social circles. The wrong one could land you in scandal. And the cruel part? You don't even control the narrative. The image of you might be labeled Venus Reborn or suspected courtesan. It depends on who's doing the labeling. Historians still argue whether Victorian portrait culture was empowering or oppressive, but for women like you, living it in real time, it feels less like celebration and more like surveillance with a frame. You finally step outside, and the air is already thick with perfume and judgment. A group of schoolboys points at your likeness in the shop window. One snickers. She's real then. You catch the reflection of your painted self, frozen forever in that soft, unnatural light. There's a smugness in her smile that you don't recall giving the artist. Did he add that? Or was it always there, waiting for someone to see it? This is the problem with images in the Victorian era. They linger. And once your face is out there, it's up for interpretation. Is that a glint of seduction in your eye? Or just a squint from the gaslights? Doesn't matter. The viewers will decide, and they rarely decide kindly. Here's your quirky tidbit for this evening. Early daguerreotypes took up to 60 seconds of exposure. Subjects had to sit perfectly still, often held in place with iron braces behind their necks. You, of course, managed to look serene and effortless. But deep down, your neck still aches from the session. And now the photo is circulating. You've been preserved, immortalized, and you weren't even trying. Across town, a woman tears your portrait from a magazine. You don't know her. You've never met. But her husband left it open on the breakfast table, and that's enough to plant the seed of suspicion. She thinks you're dangerous, a temptress, the kind of woman who ruins families with just a glance. You see, the Victorian ideal woman is decorative but not desired. She must be looked at, not longed for, revered but not craved. And you're something else entirely, something confusing, something society isn't sure how to categorize, and that's when it gets dangerous. As you walk past a dressmaker's shop, two girls inside pause their fittings to stare. You don't know if they envy you or pity you, maybe both, maybe neither. But it's clear you've become a conversation. You duck into a reading room, hoping for peace. The librarian eyes you suspiciously. Women like you, he assumes, don't come here to read. You're too pretty for serious interests, too well dressed for academic curiosity. You're likely looking for a husband, or worse, attention. It's infuriating and exhausting. You open a newspaper, pretending not to notice the sideways glances. On page 6, yet another story of a woman ruined by a private likeness. Her photo, taken for a fiancé, ended up passed around a gentleman's club. The engagement was broken. Her family disowned her. She's living in Margate now, under a new name. You shift uncomfortably in your chair, thinking of your own portrait. Where else might it go? Who else might see it? There's no privacy in beauty. That's the unspoken truth of this world. Once you're seen, you can't be unseen. And once you've been admired, you can't be innocent. Even Queen Victoria herself had opinions on portraits. She famously despised over-flattery. When a court painter made her look too youthful, she snapped that she preferred honesty over indulgence. Which is ironic, considering half the empire still idealized her image like a saint on a tea tin. Outside the library, the fog has lifted slightly, and you catch your reflection in a puddle. The same face. But now you see it differently. Not yours, exactly. More like a mask the world has painted for you. One that changes depending on who's looking. And still, you carry it. because you have to. Because this version of you has already been pinned under glass like a butterfly, admired and dissected all at once. You head back home through the growing dusk, turning your collar up as gas lamps flicker to life. Behind you, two men argue softly, something about that girl from the portrait. You don't look back. You don't need to. You know exactly who they mean. The strange part? You've said almost nothing all day. And yet, your face has spoken volumes without your consent. Because in this era, beauty doesn't belong to the person who wears it. It belongs to the viewer, and their gaze is rarely kind. You wake the next morning with a headache, not from noise or wine or late-night reading, but from the sheer effort of existing under scrutiny. The air in your room is still, a little too still. You sit up slowly, listening for the subtle creaks of the house shifting, the muffled clang of the milkman outside. But something else presses against your chest today. The slow realization that people aren't just noticing you, they're watching you. It started perhaps when the vicar's wife stopped inviting you to Sunday tea, or when your landlady began accidentally misplacing your letters. But the worst was when someone scrawled the word fallen in chalk outside your boarding house. The irony? You haven't even kissed anyone. You haven't broken any rules. But here, in Victorian England, beauty alone is enough to make people assume you've already done something wicked, and if you haven't yet, you will. You pass a shop window, catching sight of a carefully arranged display of mirrors, not just to check your hat. No, these are the kind of reflective traps that remind you what people see. A young woman too lovely to be trusted. It's strange how mirrors can lie without changing a single feature. And here's the terrible truth, whispered between the pages of etiquette manuals and serialized novels. The prettier you are, the more precarious your respectability becomes. Society assumes you're either being pursued or doing the pursuing. Either way, your virtue is at risk, and that makes you dangerous. Historians still argue whether the Victorian concept of the fallen woman was designed more to control female behavior or to justify male indulgence. But either way, the rules are clear. And you're skating perilously close to the edge just by looking the way you do. There's no shortage of stories that haunt your kind. The governess who smiled too sweetly at the master of the house, the seamstress who walked home too late and was never seen again, the actress who wore rouge a shade too bright and was dubbed unsuitable before the second act. Even literature joins in. You've read Tess of the D'Urbervilles. You know how it ends. She's beautiful, therefore doomed. The logic is chilling and somehow completely accepted. You remember something odd a widow told you once at a dinner party. The prettier the mirror, the quicker it cracks. She was sipping brandy when she said it, not looking at you, but through you. At the time, you laughed politely. Now it clings to you like smoke. You adjust your gloves and head to the dressmaker. She eyes you carefully, not with admiration, but calculation. How tight should the bodice be? How modest the neckline? Too plain, and you're accused of false humility. Too flattering, and you're accused of seeking attention. You wonder what version of you she'll sew into the seams. While she pins the hem, she tells you, casually, that she heard a girl 2 streets over was dismissed from her job for smiling too much at the butcher's son. Poor thing, she adds, she was far too pretty to last. You say nothing, but your stomach tightens. It's not a compliment. it's a diagnosis. And now we come to our quirky moment of the day. In some households, mirrors were actually covered with cloth during times of mourning, so spirits wouldn't get trapped. But in your case, you start to wonder whether it's your own soul being trapped, not by death, but by appearance. Because your reflection is no longer a neutral thing. It's evidence. It's suspicion. It's something people discuss behind doors that never open for you. You leave the shop, carrying a neatly wrapped package, and bump straight into a man you once danced with months ago at a modest gathering. You barely remember him. He remembers everything. "I saw your portrait," he says too quickly. "You looked radiant." You smile stiffly and try to excuse yourself, but he's already stepping closer. "Do you walk this way often?" he asks. A seemingly innocent question, loaded with intent. In another time, another place, it might be flattering, but here now, it feels like a threat, like he's mapped your movements, like you're prey, not a person. You extricate yourself, politely, quickly. You've learned the trick. Always pleasant, never inviting. At home, you pull the curtains closed, with a little more force than usual. The mirror over your washstand watches silently. You turn it to face the wall. You think for a moment about cutting your hair, or wearing spectacles you don't need, or dressing down, anything to go unnoticed. But you already know that won't work. Beauty isn't something you can shrug off like a shawl. Not in this world. It clings, even when you hide it. One of the servants downstairs coughs twice, a signal. Someone slipped another letter under the door. You open it with trembling fingers. No name, no return address, just a sketch of your face and a single line beneath it. "I know what you are." The ink smudges a little as you grip it tighter. Not who you are. What? As if beauty turns you into something other. And that's the real fear, isn't it? That you are no longer a person at all, just a symbol, a warning, a temptation, a mirror for other people's sins. Because in Victorian England, mirrors don't just reflect, they accuse. The corset digs deeper today. You hold your breath as your maid tightens the laces, slowly, rhythmically, with the same level of concern one might give to sealing a coffin. It's not malicious. It's just what's done. In fact, she compliments your waist. "Small as a wasp." You nod faintly, smiling through the mild vertigo. This is your armor, after all. Not for battle, but for survival. A wasp-waisted silhouette means you're disciplined, desirable, and most of all, compliant. And Victorian society loves a woman who knows her place, especially when she looks good doing it. You can't bend easily or breathe deeply, but you look stunning, or so they say. And yet, underneath the tightly bound layers of muslin and bone, something inside you is slowly starting to rebel. You descend the stairs, with grace drilled into you since girlhood. Every movement rehearsed, elbows in, chin up. Don't clomp like a servant. Don't sashay like a harlot. Walk exactly the way a decent young lady should, especially if she happens to be heartbreakingly lovely. Historians still argue whether the corset was more a tool of repression or self-expression. Some women swore by them, others swore at them. But for you, it's a paradox. This garment elevates your beauty and imprisons you in it. Outside, the world receives you like something expensive but breakable. You walk down the avenue as though on a narrow stage, carriages passing, heads turning. One woman tucks into her parasol. Another nudges her companion and mutters just loud enough, "That's the one with the impossible waist." You feel the comment settle on your shoulders like a second shawl. There's admiration in her voice, but fear too, because being beautiful and visibly restrained is a warning. You're seen as both a beacon of femininity and a threat to propriety. At the bakery, you overhear a conversation between two older women debating whether it's natural to have such a complexion. One says you must be using something unnatural. The other swears you're mixed with French blood. Neither conclusion is meant kindly. Victorian society has a nasty habit of suspecting the beautiful of trickery. After all, what honest girl would look that good without artifice? Here's a charming fringe tidbit for you. Some women in the 1860s actually had ribs surgically removed to achieve a slimmer waist. Yes, really. And not metaphorically removed either. Like, with tools, and without proper anesthesia. You're not quite there yet, but the thought lingers every time you struggle to sit in a carriage or climb a staircase without swooning. You've fainted before. Publicly. They applauded, of course. Men rushed to your aid. One woman rolled her eyes so hard you heard it. But fainting, oddly, has its uses. It makes you seem fragile, pure, manageable. It's a way to soften the edges of your looks. Because a beautiful woman who also seems strong, that's terrifying. At your next engagement, a tea hosted by a minor baroness, you're seated between a vicar and a viscount. You wear a dove-gray dress, carefully chosen to mute your presence. You smile when spoken to, nod when expected, but the conversation still spins toward you. "My dear," the vicar says, buttering a scone, "how do you manage to stay so charmingly proportioned?" You laugh politely, but your jaw aches from holding your smile. You could say diet, or youth, or divine punishment. But you know the truth. You're squeezed like a pastry into something palatable. The Viscount leans in. "Your eyes are nearly too lovely for this world," he whispers. Like something borrowed from the pre-Raphaelites. He pauses dramatically. Dangerous. You feel the word catch in your throat. Dangerous. He means it as flattery, but it lands like an accusation. And not an unfamiliar one. Because beauty in this era isn't passive. It's political. It's social dynamite. Women are encouraged to approach beauty, but never arrive. Once you've arrived, like you have, you threaten the entire structure. Another woman might have declined the invitation altogether, or worn something with more ruffles, more distraction. You didn't. You showed up looking yourself. And for that, there will be consequences. Later that evening, you return home and loosen the corset ties yourself. It takes several minutes. Your lungs expand gratefully, like a prisoner stretching after shackles are removed. In the mirror, you study the faint red lines etched into your skin. They'll fade by morning. Mostly. And still, you wonder, how much of this is truly about beauty, and how much is about control? Victorian fashion is full of unspoken rules. How tight, how high, how long. And those rules aren't about style. They're about keeping you contained. Even the bustle, which makes you sway with every step, is paradoxically designed to keep you chaste. It exaggerates your form, while also demanding perfect posture. No slouching, no slinking. Walk with purpose, like a lady who knows she's being watched. You think of all the women you know, beautiful in their own ways, crumpling under expectations they never asked for. The friend who stopped eating, the cousin who eloped, the widow who refuses to wear mourning black because she looks too good in it, and people talk. They always talk, and that's the most exhausting part, isn't it? Not the corset, not the judgment, not even the hunger headaches. It's the endless balancing act of being beautiful just enough to be admired, but not enough to be hated. As you lower the lamp and lie back in bed, your breath finally free and unshaped, you think of how strange it is to be punished for the very thing that once made people smile at you on the street. But in the end, this is Victorian England. And the more beautiful you are, the more carefully they sharpen the knives. It starts with a letter, neatly folded, no return address, delivered by a nervous maid who refuses to meet your eyes. You open it cautiously. The paper is fine, the handwriting elegant and slanted, a man's hand, surely, though the content is less direct than the usual admirer's rambling sonnet. You are being spoken of. They say, a girl like you should not be alone in such a house. Take care. That's it. You read it twice, then a third time, half expecting some hidden message in the loops of the ink. But no, just a warning. Just enough implication to raise your pulse and make you check the window twice before drawing the curtains. You know what this is. The first cold whisper of scandal. The thing that creeps in on pretty feet and destroys reputations before breakfast. And that brings us to your predicament. You are a governess, educated, refined, and unfortunately too lovely to be left unsupervised. The children adore you, of course. The cook tolerates you. The mistress of the house? She's watching. Always watching. From the day you arrived, she eyed you like a stray cat in her parlor. Polite but brittle. Kind, but only in ways that echo loudly. You understand? You've read the novels. You are the novel. The beautiful governess in a house too grand, too quiet, with a master who lingers too long by the piano when you play for the children. He doesn't touch. He doesn't even speak overmuch. But his eyes say what the household doesn't, and his wife sees it. That's the trap, isn't it? Too beautiful to ignore, too poor to protect yourself, too close to the family to be safe. Historians still debate whether governesses were victims of circumstance or subtle agents of class mobility. Either way, they were always outsiders, caught between worlds. And if one of them just so happened to be young and attractive, the odds were stacked even higher. You spend your days teaching French verbs and gentle needlework. You speak softly. You don't wear bright colors. You keep your hair pinned back. But it's never enough. The children's mother still studies your every move, as though she expects you to burst into seduction mid-lullaby. There's a strange isolation in being too pretty for your station. The servants don't trust you. They think you're trying to rise. The family doesn't trust you. They think you might succeed. And your beauty? It speaks in every silence. Here's your delightful fringe fact of the night. In 1857, an etiquette guide warned employers not to hire over-pretty governesses, as they were unsuitable for domestic harmony. That was the official stance. Imagine the unofficial ones. At lunch, the mistress of the house invites a friend over. You're not meant to overhear their conversation, but the drawing room door isn't quite closed. She's, well, striking, the friend says delicately, unusual for someone in service. She's not in service, the wife replies. She's just here. Just here. That's worse than insult. That's erasure. A beautiful inconvenience, parked near the children, far from the drawing room, never invited to linger after dessert. Later, when you take the children for a walk, the housemaid catches you alone in the hall. She leans close, smelling of starch and onions, and whispers, "If I were you, miss, I'd sleep with the lock turned." Jealous wives got long memories. You thank her, politely, because what else do you do with a warning like that? As you walk with the children, your skirts rustling softly in the autumn wind. You start to realize that beauty doesn't belong to you. Not really. It belongs to the people watching you. They decide what it means. And when you're poor and female and lovely, it means danger. Always danger. The children play. You smile. You wave to a passing gentleman in a carriage, not because you know him, but because it's easier than ignoring the stare. He lifts his hat. The governess waves. How charming. How quaint. You're catalogued in his mind like a bird behind glass. When you return to the house, the mistress is waiting at the top of the stairs, arms crossed, face unreadable. "You were gone a long time," she says. You murmur something about a detour through the park, about the children wanting to feed the ducks. She nods. "Too fast." "I see," she says, and her heels click as she walks away. You watch her go and feel the trap closing tighter. You're not trusted, not really liked, and your only crime was being noticed. That's the cruel contradiction of the Victorian governess. You're expected to be lovely enough to impress the children, but plain enough to avoid suspicion. You're meant to be gentle, but not too warm. Friendly, but not too familiar. Smart, but not threatening. And beautiful, only in the most invisible way. You sit by the fire that night, alone in your little attic room. You hear the house settling beneath you, voices murmuring below. A door slams somewhere in the west wing. You remember something the cook said once. Pretty girls get remembered in this house, usually for the wrong reasons. You fold the warning letter and place it in your drawer, under your chemises. You tell yourself it's nothing, that people don't just ruin others for being born symmetrical. And yet, you're not quite sure anymore. Because in Victorian England, especially in households like this, there's something more dangerous than impropriety, more treacherous than ambition. And it's something you carry on your face every day. Possibility. The invitation arrives on thick ivory paper, the kind that smells faintly of lavender and status. It's from Lady Windrell, a woman you've met exactly once, at a garden party where she mistook you for someone's niece. Now, somehow, you're on the guest list for her Thursday salon. You know what that means. Society is paying attention again. You stare at the card a little too long. Not because you're excited, though part of you is, but because you already know what's coming. The tension, the side eyes, the tiny glittering war that erupts whenever a woman like you walks into a room full of well-married women. You choose your dress carefully. Nothing too fashionable, nothing too plain. A dusky blue silk with a neckline modest enough to calm the matriarchs, but elegant enough to avoid seeming ungrateful for the attention. You pull your hair back in a simple chignon. You wear no jewelry. You want to disappear, but beautifully. When you arrive, the house is already humming with quiet laughter and porcelain clinks. You step inside, and all at once, heads turn. A dozen pairs of eyes flicker toward you, then just as quickly away. The men smile. The women calculate. This is not new. It begins almost immediately, those little social cuts wrapped in lace. One woman compliments your dress, then adds, "My maid once wore something similar." Another asks if your complexion is the result of youth, or clever powders. You smile through it all. You're practiced now. You sip your tea and speak softly. Never boast. Never correct. Never let them know you see the daggers. Because beauty, in a room full of women competing for influence, is not an asset. It's a provocation. Something to be contained, questioned, or in moments of particular pettiness, mocked into submission. Historians still debate the dynamics of female competition in the Victorian era. Some argue it was stoked by patriarchy. Others believe it was a survival instinct in a world where power was inherited through marriage, not merit. But to you, standing here, it feels like both. Lady Windrel approaches at last. You brace yourself. She smiles. So lovely to see you again. You're even more radiant than I recall. She says it warmly, but with the exact tone one uses before removing a pawn from the board. You curtsy slightly and thank her. She immediately adds, do be careful, though. These rooms can be stifling for a delicate thing. There it is, the performance. You're now being handled like a porcelain vase too close to the edge of the shelf. You nod, laugh politely, and excuse yourself for some air. Outside on the balcony, the breeze is cold and merciful. You lean on the balustrade, watching gaslights shimmer along the street. For a moment, you're almost alone. Then the door creaks. A woman joins you, a little older, statuesque, smelling faintly of bergamot and gunpowder. Not literally, but that's the effect. She introduces herself as Mrs. Holloway. Her smile is curious, not cruel. You've made quite the impression, she says. I haven't done anything, you reply. She laughs softly. Exactly. You glance at her. She's holding a fan with a painted peacock, eyes sharp enough to slit ribbon. You know what your problem is, she asks. You're not useful to them. You're not a wife. You're not a daughter-in-law. You're just beautiful, which means you're a threat to the people who are. It's oddly comforting to hear it said aloud. You nod slowly. Mrs. Holloway continues. I was you once. Walked into rooms like a gunshot. Learned to smile while they tried to bury me in compliments sharp enough to bleed. What changed, you ask? She looks at you steadily. I stopped needing their approval, and I started giving them something else to talk about. She doesn't elaborate. She doesn't need to. Inside, the party is shifting toward music and wine. You're expected to return, to sit by the piano and be asked to play, to be judged on how well you pretend not to notice the judgment. But for now, you stay in the cold. The breeze lifts a strand of hair, and you let it fall where it will. Here's a curious little tidbit for tonight. In some Victorian circles, women were advised never to appear too cheerful at parties, as it could be interpreted as flirtation. Imagine being lovely and smiling. Scandalous. You re-enter the salon as the pianoforte begins to trill. Someone asks you to play. You decline, graciously. Another subtle rebellion, a ripple of surprise, a few narrowed eyes. You make your way to the back of the room, where no one expects anything of you. And there you stay, watching, listening, letting your presence work like perfume, noticeable but untouchable. Because the truth is, you've become fluent in the language of jealousy. You know the script now, the coded compliments, the strategic laughter, the sudden silences when you walk past. You could play along. You could dull your shine, mumble your thanks, wear darker colors, flatter the insecure. But why should you? Because society says so? Because women must compete for space in a room you didn't even ask to be in? Number, not tonight. You slip out before the dancing starts, back into the night, your breath rising in soft clouds, your heart not exactly heavy, but wary, always wary. Because the real danger of beauty in the Victorian era isn't men falling in love with you. It's women deciding they hate you for it. You're brushing your hair when it happens. Just an ordinary evening. Your comb, moving slowly through long, unpinned waves. Candlelight flickers against the glass. You hum a little tune from childhood, a lullaby, maybe, when a knock at the door interrupts your peace. You expect the maid. It's not. It's the mistress of the house, standing stiff as a rake, mouth thin as wire. "We need to talk," she says. You nod, confused. She steps in, closes the door behind her with a softness that feels dangerous. She doesn't sit. "I've had letters," she says. "From women, from men, from my own sister, for God's sake." You blink. "Letters? They've seen you, heard about you. One saw you buying fabric, said you were standing too close to the clerk. Another said your hair looked uncontained." You almost laugh. Uncontained? As though your curls might launch an uprising. But you don't laugh. You know better. "You understand," she continues. "Appearances matter, especially in a household like this. You do understand. You just hadn't realized how loudly your appearance had started speaking for you." She leaves without waiting for a reply. The door clicks shut behind her like a lock turning. You stare at your reflection. Your hair gleams in the candlelight, thick, soft, unbound. It's not fair, you think. It's just hair. But in Victorian England, hair isn't just hair. It's a statement, a signal, a warning. Historians still puzzle over just how deeply Victorian society obsessed over women's hair. But the evidence is there in paintings, novels, and an uncomfortable number of hair-themed morality lectures. A woman's hair was seen as an externalization of her inner character. Modest hair, modest soul. Loose hair, loose morals. Yours is loose tonight. And that, apparently, is enough to spark household unrest. You pin it up quickly, feeling strangely ashamed, as if you've committed a minor crime by letting it breathe. But even then, you know the whispers will continue. Here's a particularly odd fact. Some physicians in the 1860s believed long, unbraided hair caused mental overstimulation in women. It supposedly pulled on the nerves at the base of the skull. That's right. Victorian science basically blamed hair for hysteria. Freud would be so proud. You lie in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering how many things about you are being classified as threatening without your knowledge. Your hair, your walk, your posture, your laugh. Earlier today, you overheard someone say, "You speak too clearly." Another said, "You hold eye contact too long," as if you're conducting some unsanctioned act of flirtation just by looking people in the face. There's a fine, absurd line here, and you keep tripping over it. The next morning, it gets worse. Your employer's mother arrives, the dowager. You've heard of her, of course. A widow with opinions harder than granite and eyes that can reduce wallpaper to tears. You're introduced over a too-silent breakfast. Her gaze travels slowly up and down your figure, one sweep, like a predator assessing whether you're prey or competition. Her first words to you? "You'll want to part your hair down the center. The side part is too modern, too dramatic." You thank her politely, like one does after a slap disguised as advice. She doesn't smile. The rest of breakfast is a quiet war of clinking cutlery and sharpened glances. Afterward, you find the housemaid repressing your dresses. "Best wear the beige today," she murmurs. "The dark green makes you look too arresting." You almost ask what that means, but you already know. They want you quiet, muted, deactivated. Your beauty must remain ornamental, not operational. So you go for beige. You twist your hair into a dull, safe knot. You lower your voice. You soften your expression, and somehow that is even worse, because now they accuse you of aloofness, of pride, of believing yourself above others. There's no right answer. You were damned for the hair. Now you're damned for the eyes that go with it. It's during afternoon tea that the dowager says it, with a smile, naturally. Girls with hair like that always end in trouble. It's too much. Like they're trying to outshine their own virtue. You stir your tea, one direction, then the other. You say nothing, she continues. If I were you, I'd consider cutting it short. Let the world know you have nothing to prove. You think of all the things women have done to hide their hair. Hats, bonnets, braids tight enough to ache. One woman in your village used to tuck her curls into a linen cap so severe she looked like a pastry. You wonder if it helped. You wonder if she slept any easier. That night, you unpin your hair slowly, deliberately. Let it fall. The mirror catches your face in pieces, the firelight, the eyes, the shine. You look like someone they don't trust, someone they fear, and yet, you're just you. Here's a curious little sidetrack. Victorian women would often keep locks of hair from loved ones, pressed into books, curled into jewelry, even woven into wreaths. Hair wasn't just identity. It was currency, memory, proof. So you pluck a strand from your own head and tie it with ribbon. You don't know why. Maybe you want to remember this version of yourself, the one before they managed to tame you. Because that's the goal, isn't it? To tame you. To press the wild out of you until there's nothing left but a woman with safe hands and forgettable eyes. But not tonight. Tonight you leave your hair down, just to remind yourself it's yours. You don't remember when the doctor started coming regularly. At first it was for the mistress of the house, something about her nerves, or digestion, or the latest fashionable ailment, exhaustion of the feminine spirit. But now he stops by for everyone, hovering like a well-dressed crow, chirping about tonics and blood flow and the dangers of oversensitivity in women. Today, he's here for you. You didn't request him. You're not ill. But after fainting during a long walk, corset too tight, air too stale, someone decided you ought to be examined. Just to be safe, they said. But the way they looked at you, it wasn't about health. It was about suspicion. The doctor arrives smelling faintly of liniment and superiority. His beard is perfectly shaped. His voice is soft and slow, like he thinks you might be too delicate to understand big words. He takes your pulse, your temperature, and then asks the question, do you often experience disorientation? You blink. I don't think so. He nods as if you said yes. He scribbles something. Any racing thoughts? Unusual fixations? Moments of melancholy after admiring your reflection? You pause. What? He looks up, eyes full of professional concern. Self-awareness can trigger episodes, especially in women of your disposition. You know what he means. He means beautiful, but he doesn't say it because he doesn't have to. Historians still debate whether Victorian medicine truly believed in female fragility or simply used it to reinforce control. Either way, the result was the same. If you were lovely and complex, you were probably ill. You sit quietly while he pokes and prods. He asks if you sleep well, if your dreams are vivid, if you feel watched. You smile tightly. Only by society. He doesn't laugh. He prescribes something foul, laudanum, perhaps, or a sugar pill placebo, wrapped in good intentions. You're young, he says, rising. But youth can be volatile, and beauty tends to distract the nervous system. You're not sure if he means yours or his. Here's a quirky little tidbit for you. In the 1860s, one French physician published a paper arguing that women who read too many novels were more likely to suffer cerebral congestion. Too much imagination, he warned, caused inflammation of the ovaries. You don't even have a comeback for that. Later, as you sip the restorative tonic, which tastes like wet tobacco and regret, you think about how many beautiful women were quietly drugged into submission. Not just in madhouses, but in parlors and bedrooms. One drop at a time. For their own good. Because the prevailing belief was clear. If a woman was too attractive, too expressive, or too opinionated, she must be suffering from something. It wasn't possible to be that pretty and perfectly sane. Not for long. You remember the story of Miss Carolyn Drake, a woman with impossibly bright eyes and a talent for painting. She painted one slightly unsettling portrait of a clergyman's wife. The next week, she was diagnosed with a nervous derangement brought on by overstimulation of the visual cortex. In other words, her beauty and talent made people uncomfortable. So they medicated her until she stopped being either. You pace your room slowly, trying to shake the sluggishness settling in your limbs from the tonic. It's not strong, not yet, but you feel your edges softening. You sit by the window, watching the world blur just slightly. Down in the street, a man stares up at your window. He doffs his hat. You don't know him. He lingers too long, then walks away. You realize, distantly, that the doctor never asked about men staring at you. Only about you staring back, because they never blame the gaze, only the thing being gazed at. You remember reading once about how women were advised not to walk alone, not because it was unsafe, but because it was unseemly, as if the danger wasn't assault, but the appearance of availability. You lie down. The pillow is cool. The room smells faintly of lavender and laudanum. You wonder what would happen if you did stop speaking for a while. If you let them think the tonic worked, would they be pleased, relieved, or disappointed that their beautiful curiosity had become so manageable? The thing is, they don't want you gone, just dulled, a little slower, a little less radiant. Still pretty, of course, but quiet, like a painting you pass on the stairs. Gorgeous, mysterious, and safely two-dimensional. They say it's for your health, for your balance, but you know the truth. It's for theirs. The gown is breathtaking. Layers of emerald silk, hand-stitched, lace, tiny mother-of-pearl buttons that take nearly a full hour to fasten. It was a gift from the family you work for, if you can call it a gift. You'll need something suitable for the winter gala, they said, as if you'd been planning to show up in ashes and gauze. You were hesitant, of course. But refusing would have caused more drama than accepting. So you thanked them. You curtsied. And now here you are, laced and brushed and powdered, feeling less like a guest and more like a beautifully wrapped secret no one quite knows what to do with. Except there's something wrong. It's the green, a rich, vibrant shade that glimmers like sunlight through poison. It flatters your eyes, everyone says. It brings out the glow in your cheeks, but when you put it on, your skin itches just a little. At first, you think it's nerves. The gala is a grand affair, lamplight dancing off chandeliers, violins sighing in corners, men in starched collars trying not to stare directly at you. You stand near the wall, a glass of watered-down champagne in hand, and watch the room shift around you. But the itching doesn't stop. Historians still argue about how widespread the effects were, but we now know that many green dyes used in Victorian textiles, particularly the famously fashionable Sheila's green and Paris green, contained arsenic. Yes, actual poison. As in, slow death by dress. And you're standing in the middle of the social event of the season, literally wearing it. No one suspects, of course. They only see how you shimmer under the lights. They only see your lovely profile, the curve of your neck, the way the fabric hugs your frame just right. You're the picture of elegance, and beneath it, you're burning. You shift your weight. Your hands tremble slightly. A woman walks past and murmurs, "Striking, isn't she?" You want to laugh or scream, but you sip your drink instead and smile politely. Because even as your skin flares with invisible fire, you know one truth. It's better to be admired and uncomfortable than to be overlooked and comfortable. At least, that's what society keeps telling you. Here's your odd little historical tidbit. Some dressmakers developed sores on their fingers from handling arsenic-dyed fabrics too frequently. They nicknamed it green hand. Others started losing hair or experiencing headaches. And yet, the demand for that luscious emerald hue only grew. Why? Because it looked expensive. Because it shimmered in candlelight. Because, to put it plainly, it made women look deadly. Which is exactly what they wanted you to be, just not in any way they'd have to admit. As you make your way across the ballroom, the music swells. A man asks you to dance. You nod, more from habit than desire. He's polite, a little dull, but he smiles with genuine warmth. Midway through the waltz, he leans in and says, "You don't seem real." Your feet nearly falter. You chuckle, because that's what you're supposed to do. But inside, you're screaming. Of course you don't seem real. You haven't eaten properly in days. You're stitched into an arsenic-lined death gown, and everyone's looking at you like you might turn to mist at any moment. After the dance, you slip away and find a small drawing room, empty except for a settee and an abandoned glass of sherry. You sit and breathe, pressing cool fingers to the heat blooming across your collarbone. The door creaks open. It's the family matriarch, the mistress who gifted you the dress. "I saw you dancing," she says, not smiling. You nod. He asked. She walks closer. Her heels click across the polished floor like a clock counting down. "You should avoid too many turns about the room," she says. "You're memorable." It's not a compliment. It's a warning. You glance down at the dress. "It's beautiful," you whisper, though your arms are now visibly red beneath the lace. She watches you closely. "Yes," she says. "It is." And then she leaves. Just like that. You sit there a little longer, the burn intensifying. You imagine what it might look like. Angry rash, swollen skin. Perhaps later even ulcers. But it won't matter. You'll thank her again. You'll wear it again. Because refusing to do so would say something far more damning than simply enduring it. And that's the real danger, isn't it? Not just the poison in the fabric, but the performance you're forced to maintain while it seeps into your blood. There's another woman at the party. You saw her earlier, pale and trembling, escorted by a doctor. Someone whispered she'd collapsed from overexcitement. You wonder what she was wearing. You wonder how many women here tonight are quietly suffering in the name of looking acceptable. Because in Victorian fashion, beauty is pain. Literally. Whether it's whalebone in your ribs, lid in your face powder, or arsenic in your hemline, it all costs something. And you're You're paying in skin. You return to the ballroom near the end of the evening. The music slows. Couples pair off, the chandeliers dimming ever so slightly. You smile and nod and endure. And when you return home that night, peeling the dress from your body like a second burning skin, you find your arms covered in welts. But there's no screaming, no drama. You simply apply cold compresses and ready yourself for the next event, the next gown, because you know they'll expect it. And if you show up in anything less than breathtaking, they'll wonder what's wrong with you. They never imagine it might be the dress. You wake with your arms covered in faint red trails, remnants of last night's quiet poisoning. The dress hangs across the back of a chair, its green silk looking smug in the morning light. It's stunning, yes. It also hurt you. And yet, you'll keep it. That's the strange thing about beauty in this era. It's weaponized. But often you're the one holding it to your own throat. Downstairs, someone's left the newspaper open to the science section. You skim it out of habit. And there it is. A full article on the anatomy of attraction. A diagram of a woman's face, labeled like a map. Ideal brow length, lip width, chin shape. The writer, some earnest man of medicine, asserts that women with symmetrical faces stimulate the nervous system in unhealthy ways. Apparently, being too pretty causes disruption in the male brain. You nearly spill your tea laughing, and then you realize they're not joking. Victorian scientists were obsessed with beauty, not just as a social construct, but as something to measure, catalog, and study, as if your face were an undiscovered species. Phrenologists examined skulls. Physiognomists drew sweeping conclusions from noses. One French doctor even declared that a perfect ankle denotes a morally upright mind. These weren't fringe theories. They were widely published, widely believed. Entire scientific journals were devoted to studying women's aesthetic impact on civilization. And now, thanks to your unfortunate bone structure, you are part of the experiment. Later that week, a gentleman arrives with a letter of introduction and a request that sounds polite but feels clinical. He'd like to sketch you. For science, he adds, as if that justifies the scrutiny. You hesitate. He insists it's for a journal, something about comparative facial types among women of different social stations. You'd be an important subject, he says, because you don't quite fit. You don't like how that sounds. But curiosity wins. And pressure, of course. You've been trained to be agreeable. He seats you in a high-backed chair, takes out a notebook, and begins. He doesn't flirt. He doesn't smile. He just studies. Pencil scratching, eyes flicking up and down your features, like a taxonomist labeling the curve of a rare bird's wing. You've got extraordinary symmetry, he murmurs, half to himself. That's usually associated with fertility and influence, possibly manipulation. You blink. Because my face is even? He nods. It's all there, you know. The cheekbone height, the pupil distance, predictive markers. Women like you tend to affect male decision-making in unpredictable ways. You sit frozen, suddenly aware that you're being dissected while alive. Historians still argue whether Victorian pseudoscience around beauty was rooted in genuine curiosity or just another excuse to keep women under scrutiny. Probably both. Either way, men like this turned faces into data. They translated loveliness into threat. He finishes the sketch, thanks you coldly, and disappears. You never see the drawing. But a few weeks later, you hear whispers about the exotic specimen with dangerous eyes published in the Gentleman's Physiognomic Review. You're not named, but you know it's you. Here's a fringe fact to file away. Some 19th century naturalists cataloged women alongside animals and flowers. Literal side-by-side comparisons. One even claimed that the curve of a woman's neck was not unlike that of the praying mantis. You were fauna, ornamental, and possibly carnivorous. Later that day, you noticed something strange. Strangers on the street don't just glance anymore. They study you. Some stare longer. One older man even asks if you're the portrait girl from the magazine. You laugh it off, but inside, you panic. You're becoming famous for your face, not for your work, not your character, just the symmetry of your features. At dinner, the mistress of the house doesn't speak to you. The master watches you too closely. And the dowager, ever the tactful dagger, remarks, "I read an article on faces today. Remarkable how much mischief one can cause without saying a word." You excuse yourself before dessert. In your room, you stare at your reflection in the washstand mirror. You try to see what they see. The eyes, the line of your jaw, the skin, clearing now from the dress's reaction, though it still itches faintly. You tilt your head. Try to see yourself objectively. It's impossible, because beauty isn't a reflection. It's a projection. They don't see you. They see what they fear, what they want, what they think women like you do when no one's looking. You pull the mirror cloth down, cover your face in soft cotton, and blow out the lamp. Because in this world, even sleep must be staged carefully. Even dreams can't be trusted to someone whose cheekbones cause such a stir. You've begun to notice something strange. It's not the way people stare. That's nothing new. It's how they stare. The longer you remain in this city, in this skin, the more the line between curiosity and reverence begins to blur. One evening, at a modest little gathering, tea and parlor games, nothing dramatic, a guest you've never met clutches her teacup a bit too tightly as she glances your way. Then she leans toward the host and whispers something. You hear just one word, medium. At first, you think she means your dress size. Then you realize she's talking about spirits. You've been called many things. Pretty, brazen, a cautionary tale in the making. But this is new. This is otherworldly. You corner the host later and ask, casually, if the woman is fond of seances. He chuckles nervously. It's all the rage, isn't it? Spiritualism and such. But yes, she's convinced you've got the look. You blink. The look? He shrugs. Women who are beautiful often have sensitivities. Ah, of course. Welcome to Victorian spiritualism, where beauty is not just a social liability, it's metaphysical bait. Historians still debate whether the explosion of spiritualist practice in the 19th century was a reaction to grief, female repression, or just a good excuse to sit in the dark and feel something. But, whatever its cause, one thing's clear. The most sought-after mediums were almost always young, female, and, inevitably, lovely. You, of course, check every box. That weekend, you're invited, reluctantly, to a private seance. You try to decline. The hostess insists. I've heard you have a presence, she says. Spirits are drawn to faces like yours. You want to say something witty, like, so are judgmental in-laws and men with monocles. But instead, you nod and smile, as one does when backed into supernatural corners. The room is dark. A circle of women. Some are skeptics. Some are desperate believers. One clutches a locket and whispers her son's name over and over again. You're seated directly across from the medium, a woman with wild eyes, 7 rings, and the kind of whispery voice that turns sentences into spells. She takes one look at you and stills. You glow, she says. You feel every head turn toward you. She has the veil, the medium says. They'll come through her, if she lets them. You want to protest. You're not haunted. You're just symmetrical. But you sit, hands on the table, as the lights dim further and the temperature drops. Not from ghosts, probably, but from an open window, or the power of suggestion. The seance begins. The medium hums. The women breathe as one. And then, a sound. A soft knock on the table. Someone gasps. You sit perfectly still. The medium speaks in a voice not her own. She knows things she should not. She's seen too much. She is a mirror. You stand abruptly. The circle breaks. It's not that you're frightened. It's that you're done. You leave quietly. Face hot. Fingers tingling. The hostess tries to follow you, but you don't turn back. And yet, you can feel it trailing behind you. The idea of you. Because now, your beauty isn't just distracting or scandalous. It's mystical. You've become a symbol of femininity's unknowable power. Dangerous, alluring, possibly in league with the dead. Here's your fringe fact of the evening. In the 1870s, some spiritualist groups believed that women with long hair were more capable of connecting to the spirit world. The theory? Hair acted like a natural antenna for unseen energies, which means, of course, you're double cursed. The next morning, someone's left flowers at your door. No card, just white lilies, the morning kind, and a tiny note. I saw what you did to the air last night. What does that mean? You don't know. You burn the note anyway. Because being beautiful is hard enough. Being beautiful and accused of ghost summoning, that's more than anyone should have to manage before breakfast. You begin to notice people treating you differently. The same maid who used to gossip about your dresses now crosses herself when she enters your room. A neighbor glances at your window and whispers, "She's touched." You're not sure by what exactly. Spirits? Madness? A particularly flattering gaslight angle. But whatever it is, it's no longer within your control. You don't even need to speak anymore. They've already written the story for you. You're not the governess. You're not the debutante. You're the medium, the mirror, the gateway. People come to you now, asking questions they'd never dare say aloud to someone more ordinary. They ask about love, lost children, hidden money. They stare too long. They whisper too loud. You are no longer a woman. You are something else. And the worst part? You never even asked for it. You're in the park. It's late afternoon, the kind of hour when the gas lights haven't yet flickered on. But the sky's already decided it's done with sunlight. The shadows stretch long across the gravel paths, and you walk slowly, gloved hands tucked neatly at your waist, doing your best to appear unobtrusive. It doesn't work. You catch the first pair of eyes before you've even rounded the fountain. A man on a bench, newspaper open, but unread. He stares over the edge as you pass. The next is a pair of boys, barely of age, whispering behind a wrought iron fence. One nudges the other. They both laugh. You don't hear the joke. You already know it isn't funny. Then comes the worst kind, an older gentleman, clean-shaven, finely dressed. He tips his hat. You nod politely. "May I walk with you?" he asks. You decline, of course, graciously. Softly, as always, he steps into your path. Just to turn around the gardens. You say no again, and this time he frowns. There's no need to be rude, because in his mind, your beauty is a contract, and your refusal is a breach of terms. You keep walking. Fast now, boots against stone, heartbeat louder than it should be. He doesn't follow, but he doesn't need to. You've already learned the lesson. In Victorian England, you're not just visible, you're too visible. You exist in public space as a kind of social provocation. Historians still debate the extent to which public morality laws were designed to suppress female autonomy versus simply enforce class division. But either way, the message was clear. If a beautiful woman was seen alone, especially in the wrong part of town or the wrong time of day, she was assumed to be for sale. The term public woman didn't just mean someone out for a stroll. It meant something far worse. There were guidebooks, for men. They laid out how to identify a woman of questionable virtue in the wild, if her gloves were too bright, if she walked with confidence, if she held eye contact too long. Guess how many of those apply to you? You pause near a statue of Queen Victoria, trying to collect yourself. A young couple walks past. The woman glances at you, then quickly away. Her husband doesn't. He stares openly. You look down at your boots. Count to 5. That's the cruel paradox. You're told to be attractive, but not to be noticed. To draw admiration, but not attention. To walk with grace, but never alone. Because beauty plus independence equals suspicion. You recall a friend from finishing school, Lydia. She was bold, clever, with auburn hair and a laugh that could get her expelled from any room. She once walked to the bookshop by herself at 4 p.m., and by evening, rumors had bloomed across the entire boarding house. She was seen with a man. She licked her thumb to turn a page. She looked satisfied. Lydia married a barrister that winter, quickly, quietly. And by spring, no one mentioned her name. Here's a delightful fringe tidbit. In the 1850s, London police officers were given special instructions to monitor overdressed women loitering near flower markets. The idea being that beauty plus idleness equals solicitation. Literal flowers were seen as red flags. You pass a flower vendor now. The scent of crushed violets lingers in the air. The vendor gives you a look, not unfriendly, but guarded. Like he's not sure if you're a customer or a cautionary tale in the making. And then, suddenly, you're being followed. It's subtle. A pair of footsteps behind yours. Not fast, not close, just there. You try turning down a side path. They follow. You stop. Pretend to admire a cluster of swans. They stop too. You don't turn around. You don't need to. You already know what he looks like. A man with time and confidence and an imagination. This is what it means to be a beautiful woman in public. You don't just carry your body. You carry other people's expectations of your body. You turn again, decisively this time, and make your way back toward the main road, toward crowds, toward safety. The man lingers a moment, then fades, but his shadow follows you all the way home. That evening, you hear a knock at the door. It's a constable. There's been a complaint. Nothing formal, he says. Just, someone saw you walking alone, dressed as you are. You blink. What's wrong with how I'm dressed? He doesn't answer, just tips his hat and walks away. No citation, no explanation, just a reminder. You were seen. And in this city, that's enough. You sit at your writing desk and try to sketch what happened. Just in words. Just for yourself. You write. They look at you like you're a question. And you're tired of answering it with silence. You stop walking alone for a while. Not because you're frightened, though. Yes, maybe you are. But because you're tired of the implication. Tired of being cataloged, measured, whispered about like you're both spectacle and scandal. You begin to time your errands more carefully. You carry a book. Wear gloves with visible wear at the fingertips. Anything to make you look less available. But it doesn't matter. Even in pairs, even in daylight, your beauty betrays you. It's a Tuesday when it happens again. You're with Mrs. Havisham's daughter, plain, polite, perpetually squinting through her spectacles. You're doing her a favor, really. She wanted help picking out ribbons. She trusts your taste. The shopkeeper, however, trusts something else entirely, his assumptions. He greets your companion with courteous nods, but when his eyes land on you, they narrow. "Can I help you, miss?" he asks, sharper than necessary. "We're just looking at the silks," you say, evenly. He crosses his arms. "Ladies of your kind don't usually come in for silks." Your companion looks baffled. You understand instantly. Your kind, just beautiful. Alone equals suspicious. With company equals still suspicious. You excuse yourself quietly. You don't want to cause trouble. But as you walk away, you hear him mutter, "Brazen thing. Ought to be ashamed." You're not ashamed. You're furious. Historians still argue whether the over-policing of visible women was fueled more by gender anxiety or by middle-class moral panic. But in practice, it means this. A woman like you is never simply walking. She's advertising. And in Victorian England, visibility is evidence. So they watch you. You become familiar with the sensation of being trailed by eyes in places that should be anonymous. The street, the grocer's, the library. One day, you sit on a bench for too long, 20 minutes, reading a novel, and someone reports it. "She's been lingering," the officer says, almost apologetically. "It's just, well, it's been noticed." What's been noticed? Your skirt hem, your stillness, your nerve. You want to scream. Instead, you go home, quiet, composed, burning inside. Here's a strange tidbit for you. In the 1870s, the Contagious Diseases Acts gave police the authority to detain any woman suspected of being a prostitute. No trial, no proof, just suspicion. And guess what counted as suspicion? Wearing perfume, standing alone, looking attractive. And now, even decades later, that logic still floats through London's sooty air like perfume. Not official, but understood. You try walking with a veil the next week. It doesn't help. Now they just assume you're someone trying not to be recognized. At a church bazaar, a mother pulls her son away from your table. "Don't look directly at her," she hisses. "You're not Medusa. You're not even selling anything improper, just embroidery and lemon curd. But you've become something else. A fixture, a rumor in a bonnet, an object lesson with perfect posture. It's ironic, isn't it? Men build entire economies around women like you, selling hairpieces, corsets, powder, arsenic pills, love letters, and penny novels. They market your silhouette, your fragrance, your unattainability. And then the moment you embody that ideal, you're marked as unfit for society. Because the world wants beauty in theory, not in motion. Here's a chilling detail. By 1885, surveillance of women in public became so pervasive that newspapers began printing lists of dangerous walkers, a mix of actual sex workers and simply well-dressed girls, running errands alone. Some names were printed in full. Some were never seen in town again. You keep walking. You have to. But now, you walk like a ghost with good taste and gloves. You start muting your movements, softening your steps. You hesitate before lingering near shop windows. Even looking at yourself in a reflection feels like a risk. You're no longer being seen. You're being interpreted. And every interpretation becomes a verdict. You think of writing to someone in authority. But who? The constables, the reverend, the physician who thinks your pupils indicate melancholic restlessness. You realize there's no one who can help you without first examining you, and you're tired of being examined. That night, you burn your favorite hat, the one with the velvet trim that made your eyes look just a little too knowing. It feels dramatic, petty even, but you're not doing it for modesty or humility. You're doing it out of protest, because you finally understood the truth. They don't fear you because you're beautiful. They fear you because you don't apologize for it. The studio smells like turpentine, dust, and unspoken promises. You're here because an artist, the Mr. Hallbridge, has asked to paint you. Not sketch, not study. Paint, oils, canvas, real permanence. You said yes. You said yes, even though you knew what it meant. Even though every tale you've heard about the artist's muse ends with heartbreak or headlines, or both. But you were tired of being looked at like a crime scene. Maybe being turned into art will feel different. It doesn't. Not at first. You sit on a high stool, feet barely brushing the floor, posture perfect out of habit. Mr. Hallbridge, soft-spoken, eyes too sharp, tells you to relax, but only in the way a director tells an actress to just be natural, while 4 gas lamps burn into her face. He works in silence, and you feel yourself becoming something else. He's not interested in who you are, only in what you represent. Turn your chin slightly, he says. Yes, mysterious. A touch of regret in the eyes, please. You nearly laugh. As if regret is something you can pose. He doesn't ask about your life, or your opinions, or the welt on your wrist, still healing from that green dress. He just paints. And in doing so, he turns you into a story you didn't write. Historians still discuss the complicated legacy of the muse in Victorian art, whether women were empowered by being immortalized or erased by it. Whether sitting still for hours, seen but not known, was a kind of tribute or a trap. You're leaning toward trap. Weeks pass. The painting evolves. The city whispers. Because of course they do. Someone sees you leaving the studio. Another notices how often you're summoned. Soon, you're no longer that lovely girl who tutors the Hayworth children. You're Hallbridge's girl. And that's how it happens. You've become his, not legally, not romantically, but symbolically. You're not a person anymore. You're the muse. And muses, as it turns out, are disposable. Here's your fringe fact for today. One of the most famous Victorian models, Elizabeth Siddal, the face of pre-Raphaelite longing, was discovered after her death with traces of laudanum in her blood and a haunting painting on every gallery wall. Beautiful, broken, immortal. You wonder if she ever got tired of being seen. The final sitting comes. Hallbridge asks you to wear white. Purity, he murmurs, with a bit of sorrow behind the eyes. You do as he asks. When he unveils the portrait a week later, it takes your breath. It is beautiful, unquestionably. The lighting, the posture, the tragic softness. But it's not you. It's a woman on the edge of something. Longing, lost, long-suffering. And that's how they'll remember you. People line up to see the painting. They call it the unreachable one. Someone writes a poem about it. A society column suggests you've made yourself useful at last. Another woman comments that your expression feels like a warning. They don't ask what it's warning about. They assume they know. You're invited to fewer dinners now. One host says you're too controversial. Another says his wife doesn't want a muse at the table. It doesn't matter that you didn't choose the title. The image speaks louder than you ever could. And when Halbridge is asked about you in an interview, he simply says, "She was an interesting subject. Striking, not kind, not clever, not even memorable. Just striking, like a match." You walk past the gallery one evening and see your own painted face glowing through the front window. You pause. People stand in front of it, whispering. A man tilts his head and murmurs, "You can tell she broke someone's heart." Probably his. You turn away before he realizes you're standing behind him. Here's what no one tells you. Becoming a muse doesn't preserve you. It replaces you. And the painting will last longer than the story, longer than your name, longer than your version of yourself. You retreat from public view. Not dramatically. You just stop going out. Decline invitations. Let your gloves gather dust. But even in silence, you're visible. And that's the real curse. Because once your beauty becomes a symbol, you'll never be seen again as simply a woman, only as an idea. And ideas can't defend themselves. You've been told you're hysterical. Not with those exact words, not yet, but it's coming. You feel it in every tilted glance, every trailing pause when you speak, every sigh from the doctor who has stopped prescribing medicine and started recommending peace. It begins when you cry at the breakfast table. You're not sure why. Maybe it's the way the toast burned again. Maybe it's the telegram you received the night before from your cousin, the one with the sad eyes, telling you she's married a man twice her age for protection. Maybe it's nothing at all. The tears come suddenly, like a summer storm, hot and silent. You dab them away with a napkin. No fuss, no scene. But the damage is done. The mistress of the house watches you too carefully after that. The master avoids you entirely. And when the doctor arrives, summoned with vague descriptions like emotional and delicate, he doesn't even ask what happened. He just peers at you over his pince-nez and says, "Let's not overexert ourselves." You nod, even as your hands clench beneath your shawl. You know what he's really saying. You're not allowed to feel this much while looking like you do. Victorian culture was terrified of emotion in women, especially beautiful ones, because if you were attractive and angry, it was threatening. If you were attractive and sad, it was manipulative. And if you were attractive and honest about either, well, that's hysteria. Historians still argue over whether hysteria was a genuine medical misdiagnosis or a societal tool to suppress inconvenient women. But most agree, by the mid-1800s, it had become a catch-all diagnosis for anything from mild anxiety to grief, to the horrifying experience of simply being perceived too much. You know the signs now. They offer you quiet rooms. They suggest early bedtimes. They mutter phrases like rest cure and reduce stimulation. The rest cure, of course, being code for, we don't like what you're doing with your face, your voice, or your thoughts, and we'd very much like for you to lie down until you stop. Here's a fringe tidbit that may, or may not, make you laugh. One popular Victorian treatment for hysteria involved a doctor inducing hysterical paroxysms in female patients using a mechanical device. That's right. They invented early vibrators to manage the nervous disorders of beautiful women who were just too uncontainable. All in the name of science, of course. You decline all offers of treatment. You smile a little more. You brush your hair in long, even strokes, and pretend you sleep better than you do. But the label hovers over you like a fog. People speak to you more slowly now. They ask fewer questions. They send you to rest more often. You've stopped being the girl who turned heads and started becoming the girl who feels too much. Even the children are wary. You read them a story one night and pause mid-sentence, caught off guard by a line that hits too close. She was the moon in a house of shutters. You blink, you swallow, you move on. But the eldest watches you, careful and quiet. Children know when adults are lying. That evening, you find your reflection in the window. It looks back at you. Lovely, yes. Still, composed. But behind the eyes, a fire you weren't allowed to name. You whisper to yourself, "You're not mad. You're just too much for this room." The next morning, you wake with a new resolve. You try, speaking plainly, with conviction. You say what you mean at breakfast. You ask to walk alone. You even suggest, very gently, that your so-called moods might stem not from hysteria, but from exhaustion and relentless scrutiny. The mistress of the house looks startled, then offended, then quietly enraged. She doesn't yell. She simply offers you a cup of weak tea and says, "My dear, let's not turn into something we'll regret." And you know, you're no longer safe in this role. The beautiful girl was tolerable. The beautiful girl who talks back, intolerable. Here's another grim gem from history. In 1858, a woman named Mary Lincoln, not the president's wife, a different Mary, was institutionalized after growing too passionate about abolition. They said she was ill. Her letters, recovered later, were articulate, fierce, and perfectly sane. But that didn't matter. She'd made too much noise in too elegant a body. You lie in bed that night staring at the ceiling, wondering how many women like you are quietly vanishing into sanatoriums, fainting couches, and locked bedrooms. Not because they've lost their minds, but because they had the audacity to use them. It's not your beauty that breaks you. It's the leash attached to it. Because every smile they expect, every emotion they deny, every opinion they laugh at behind closed doors, it all tightens the collar. You take a deep breath and imagine a version of yourself, not muted, not tamed, not tolerated, just free. The room is silent. But for the first time, your thoughts aren't. You're standing in the marketplace when a stranger tugs at your hair. Not gently, not flirtatiously, like he's inspecting merchandise. "Is it real?" he asks, already knowing the answer. Too nice to waste on a girl like you. You recoil instinctively, hand to your temple, cheeks burning. He laughs as he walks away, as if he's just done something charming, as if your body, your beauty, is public domain. You feel the stares before you see them. A few women glance over and then away, unsympathetic. One older man looks vaguely amused, as though you're a story he'll retell later over brandy. There was this girl, too pretty to know better. You hurry home, brushing your hair over your shoulder, not out of vanity, but to protect it. Because lately, you've noticed how valuable it is. Not metaphorically, literally. Your hair has become currency. Historians often gloss over this strange trade, but it was very real. Victorian England had an entire shadow market for beauty, and it started with the hair. Young women, especially the poor, were offered coins in exchange for their braids. Entire wigs were built from it, hairpieces, fashionable curls for wealthier women losing theirs to illness or age, or arsenic face creams. Entire shops existed solely to sort, curl, dye, and sell virgin locks. A friend once told you, "If you ever need coin, you've got enough on your head to feed a family." You laughed, but you're not laughing now, because it's not just your hair they want. It's pieces of you. One woman approached you outside church to ask what powder you use. You told her truthfully you use none. She frowned. Another complimented your complexion and asked, half joking, whether you'd ever consider selling your recipe. You said you don't have one. That's a shame, she said. Could have bottled you and made a fortune. You try to smile. But it's getting harder, because the more beautiful you appear, the more fragmented you feel. You're not a whole person anymore. Your features, assets, individual components for sale or suspicion. Even your image isn't yours anymore. That portrait still hangs in the gallery. You haven't stepped inside since the unveiling. But someone told you they're printing postcards now. Tiny versions of you, bought, sold, passed between fingers you'll never meet. Here's a particularly odd little tidbit. In 1882, a London auction house sold a lock of a famous actress's hair for the price of a week's rent. Framed it, displayed it. One bidder reportedly tried to taste it to prove its authenticity. You think of that every time someone brushes past you too closely. You start pinning your hair tighter, twisting it into buns so severe they give you headaches. You stop visiting shops alone. But even so, the comments continue. How much for that shine? Bet that Manet has secrets. She'd fetch a price at market. Not a compliment, not even flattery, just a fact. You're valuable, and therefore vulnerable. One day, you see a poster advertising a new miracle tonic, guaranteed to produce the luminous glow of true feminine beauty. The woman on the label looks eerily like you. Not exactly, just enough to be plausible. You don't know whether to be angry or afraid, because that's the trick of commodification. It makes you doubt your own ownership. You write to the maker, demanding they remove the likeness. You receive no reply. You write again. Still nothing. You show the poster to the mistress of the house. She squints. I suppose there's a resemblance. But really, dear, what do you expect? You're the type they use to sell things. She says it like it's a compliment. You want to scream. Instead, you walk to the mirror. You examine every part of yourself. Not with vanity, with inventory. The hair, the eyes, the skin, the shoulders. All marked, all taken. You want to say, I'm not a product, but they already think you are. And here's the final cruelty. You never asked for this. You never pushed yourself forward, never flaunted. You simply looked the way you look. And that, apparently, was enough to put you in the window, like fine china. Even at home, you're not safe. One of the housemaids, a quiet girl named Elise, asks, in a rare moment of boldness, do they pay you for being so lovely? You almost choke. You tell her no, of course not. She stares at you for a moment, then says, then you're being robbed. And she's right. Because for all the attention, all the admiration, all the fuss, they take more from you than they ever offer. You're exhausted, not from walking, not from working, but from being perceived and not paid. The wedding invitations arrive on thick paper with gold embossing and just enough perfume to make your nose sting. You're not the bride. You're not even in the wedding party. You're just invited, an afterthought, really. A bit of polite pressure to be there without being visible. Or perhaps to prove a point. The bride is lovely, but not dangerously so. Her features are pleasant, symmetrical enough to pass unnoticed, her voice soft and unthreatening. She's the sort of woman people describe as perfect for marriage, and what they really mean is manageable. You know her, of course. Mild friendships are mandatory in polite society. You once lent her a ribbon. She once complimented your handwriting. Now she's marrying a man who once followed you with his eyes for an entire evening and then offered you a dance so intense it made the dowager cough. That night, you declined him. Now he's marrying her. You smile politely when the announcement is read. You murmur something appropriate, but inside, a familiar ache curls behind your ribs, not jealousy, not even bitterness, but the gnawing understanding that you are admired and never chosen. Historians still puzzle over why so many Victorian beauties, true stunners, beloved in salons and galleries, never married. Some say it was because they were too intimidating. Others whisper they were too available, a euphemism for other men had already looked at them. But one theory, the one you believe, is that beauty inspires longing, not commitment. You are the dream, not the destination. You are painted, not married. You are a statue in the foyer, not a portrait above the hearth. It's ironic, isn't it? The plainer girls receive proposals. The giggling cousins with shiny foreheads and uninspired posture. They're introduced to bankers and doctors before the ink on their dance cards dries. But you're told, you're too beautiful to settle. You'll attract someone grand. You must be selective. Which is another way of saying, we don't know what to do with you. Here's a twisted tidbit. In 1869, an etiquette manual warned men not to marry women who were too attractive because such women would require constant defense from both scandal and suitors. It advised selecting wives whose charms are anchored by modesty rather than magnetism. You attend the wedding. You wear something muted. You are, of course, still noticed. The bride greets you with the tightest smile you've ever seen on a woman holding flowers. "We're so glad you could come," she says, like it's a dare. You reply with sincerity, "You always do." The groom doesn't speak to you, but he glances. Once, twice, a third time during the vows. You don't look back. Later, during the reception, a guest asks, "How is it that someone like you is still unattached?" You want to reply, "Because the world doesn't know what to do with women it cannot own." Instead, you say, "I suppose I'm difficult to match." He chuckles. That's one word for it. You excuse yourself and go outside. The garden is quiet. The roses have begun to wilt in the late season heat. You run a finger along one bloom and think, "This one's too perfect." No one picks it. They think it might have thorns. And that's the real truth, isn't it? You're lovely. Too lovely. And so they place you just out of reach. Because if someone reaches for you and bleeds, they'll say it's your fault. You remember a story from childhood, a fairy tale, mostly forgotten, a princess so radiant no suitor would come near her, not for fear of rejection, but because they believed she belonged to the heavens, not the hearth. So she lived in the highest tower, alone, praised, and passed over. You thought it was nonsense then. Now, you're not so sure. Back inside, the dancing begins. You watch from the edge. The bride glows with quiet triumph. The groom holds her delicately, like something fragile enough to keep. You, on the other hand, have always been too much. Too bold in the eyes. Too knowing in the smile. Too visible. And men don't marry what they cannot predict. They desire it, obsess over it, but wed it? Number that would require understanding it. And no one here has tried to understand you. They only want to possess the idea of you. And when they realize they can't, they move on to someone simpler, more legible. Less dangerous. You leave early. No one stops you. You walk home alone, the hem of your dress whispering over the stone path, the stars high and indifferent above you. You think, I am not unchosen. I am not unloved. I am simply uncontained. The curtain rises, and with it, another panic begins. You're seated in the third row of the Empire Theater, gloved hands resting in your lap, posture impeccable. The opera has just begun, and all around you, society is holding its breath, not for the aria, not for the overture, but for her, the soprano. She strides onto the stage like a storm wrapped in velvet. The room reacts exactly as you expect it to. Men sit forward in their chairs, and women lean back, just slightly, as if proximity to that much glamour might stain their own reputations. You understand her? Immediately. Not because of the voice, though it's stunning, but because of the effect. You've seen it before. You've lived it. She is beautiful. Too beautiful. And in Victorian society, a woman like that, standing on a stage, commanding attention on her own terms, terrifying. Historians still debate whether the late 19th century moral backlash against actresses and opera singers was about class, propriety, or something darker, envy, perhaps, or fear. What they don't argue is that it happened. It was swift and relentless. In a society that believes women must be passive to be pure, a lovely woman performing is automatically suspect. You glance to your left. A bishop frowns deeply. To your right, a baronet mutters something to his wife about public indecency, yet neither looks away. You remember reading a letter to the Times that called the opera a greenhouse for indecent ambitions, led by female voices too loud for modest ears. The writer insisted the soprano's beauty was a corrupting influence on the youth. Imagine blaming someone's cheekbones for the collapse of your moral compass. And here's your strange historical tidbit of the night. In 1877, a soprano named Clara Ashford was banned from performing in Surrey, not for anything she did, but because her appearance inflamed unnatural admiration. The exact words, as if her existence itself was the offense. On stage, tonight's soprano launches into a high note that feels like it might peel the gold from the ceiling. The audience doesn't know what to do with her. They clap, of course. They must. But there's tension beneath the applause. Approval tangled with judgment. Appreciation stiffened by control. And you realize the opera house is the only place where a beautiful woman is allowed to be loud. Everywhere else, she must whisper. You sit through the performance, feeling something hard and familiar building inside your chest. Not resentment, not jealousy, recognition, because like you, she walks a tightrope. Adored, but not respected. Visible, but not defended. Praised in public, mocked in print. You remember what someone once said to you at a dinner party when you quoted Shakespeare too confidently. Ah, a pretty face and a mouth. What a danger you must be. They meant it to be charming. It felt like a sentence. The opera ends. The curtain falls. You rise with the rest of the audience, clapping politely. You glance again at the bishop. His expression is softened. He's caught, whether he admits it or not. And in that moment, you wonder if the real scandal isn't the soprano's beauty or her voice, but the fact that she stood in front of them and didn't ask for their approval. She simply was. Backstage, you imagine she wipes her face free of stage paint, strips off the satin, and braces herself for whatever the papers will say. Enchantress, Jezebel, witch in silk. They'll print it all. And yet, she'll return next week and sing again. That's the part they hate the most. Not her presence, her persistence. You remember a pamphlet you once found folded inside a church pew. Women on stage, it read, erode the spiritual dignity of the nation. It warned young girls not to attend the theater lest they become unwomaned. What does that even mean? You think it means uncontrolled. As you step into the cool night air, carriages roll by, and laughter echoes across the cobbles. But beneath the glamour, something uglier lingers. Because beauty on display, without apology, without chaperone, without shame, is still treated as a threat. The opera singer is not married. You overheard someone mention it earlier with a tone usually reserved for tax evasion. You're not married either. You wonder if she too has been told she's too much, too vivid, too knowing, too dangerous for domestic life. Maybe. Probably. You walk home under the glow of the gas lamps, wondering how many other women, gifted, radiant, condemned, are doing the same. There's comfort in the thought. Sisterhood, however quiet, however remote, they want beauty to be silent, decorous, invisible unless it's smiling. But the stage, that's the one place left where a beautiful woman can dare to take up space, and that, above all else, is what terrifies them. Your face has been recorded again. You didn't sit for it. You didn't pose. But there it is, printed neatly in the corner of a broadsheet, rendered in delicate lines, captioned simply, "The Notorious Miss." They don't even use your full name anymore. They don't have to. Just your silhouette is enough. You recognize the drawing instantly. It's from the sketch done months ago for that so-called scientific journal. You thought it was for the archives, for study. Instead, it's made its way into something worse. The file. London's newest obsession, documentation, faces, files, surveillance. They're calling it social hygiene, propriety mapping, character profiling. You know what it really is, a slow bureaucratic noose. And somehow, you're already in the system. It started with phrenology, of course, skulls and bumps and moral types. Then came photography. And with it, the quiet rise of visual evidence. Criminals were cataloged. Deviants were photographed. And now, beautiful women. Historians still debate whether this new wave of documentation was born from moral panic or an early hunger for state control. Either way, it means the same thing. If you're too beautiful, too memorable, you must be monitored. You become aware of it in strange ways. The constable who greets you by name, even though you've never spoken. The postmaster who comments on your photograph circulating nicely. The shop girl who giggles and says, "I saw your face pinned to the wall at the apothecary." For training purposes, you pretend not to mind, but inside, your ribs turn to ice, because now you're not just seen, you're tracked. There's even a new term floating around newspapers and public meetings, face familiarity. It refers to women whose appearance is notorious and therefore needs watching. Not because you've done anything, but because someone might do something because of you. A journalist publishes a smug little editorial suggesting that women of exceptional beauty should register themselves to avoid public confusion or undue scandal. He calls it a precautionary listing, says it would help prevent misunderstandings. You want to tear up the paper. Instead, you fold it carefully and tuck it into your journal. A record of the moment when beauty officially became an offense. Here's a creepy tidbit for the record. In 1883, a group of London gentlemen formed the Moral Classification Club. Their goal? to rate and record women's faces spotted in public, assigning values from pure to provocative. Some women were unknowingly listed in pamphlets distributed at clubs and private dinners. Yes, really. And now it's happening again. The theater, the post office, the park. Places you once walked with guarded dignity now feel staged. You catch your reflection in windows and wonder, what are they writing about me now? At a tea shop, a friend leans in and whispers, they say your face is known across 5 districts. You nearly choke on your biscuit. She grins. Don't worry, they think you're fascinating. But you know better. Fascination curdles fast. You consider withdrawing, staying in, becoming unfamiliar again. But it's too late for that. You're registered now, in memory, in ink, in rumor. The idea of you walks faster than your feet. One afternoon, you pass a group of boys drawing in chalk on the pavement. They've sketched a woman with wide eyes, high cheekbones, a swirl of long hair. You pause. One of them looks up. She's the ghost lady, he says. You smile faintly. Oh? Yeah, he nods. She looks at you and you do bad things. You don't know whether to laugh or cry. Because even the children have learned the script. A beautiful woman is dangerous even when she does nothing at all. You begin to feel hunted by your own reflection, not in mirrors, but in memory. At the market, a woman hisses, I've seen you before. You ask where. She can't say, but she's sure. Your face has traveled. In a gallery, a man says, you look exactly like someone I shouldn't want to know. In your own mind, you start to catalog your features, not for admiration, but for potential crimes. Eyes, too sharp. Mouth, too full. Shoulders, too poised. You once called these gifts. Now they feel like evidence. And what's worse? No matter how you dress, how you walk, how you behave, they've already written the caption beneath your picture. Dangerous, because she could be anything. The registry isn't official. Not yet. But it doesn't have to be. Because in this world, the most dangerous thing a woman can be is unforgotten. They ask you to leave. Not in so many words. Of course, Victorian society is far too polite for open rejection. But the message arrives, sealed in wax and softened by euphemism. The situation has become delicate. It would be best for all involved if you sought a new position elsewhere. You're not surprised. You've lasted longer than most women like you. You fold the letter neatly. Place it in the drawer with the others. Notes of concern, veiled warnings, invitations to disappear. You knew this day would come. The mistress of the house can barely meet your eyes at breakfast. The master says nothing at all. The children, too young to understand the politics of beauty, are simply confused. Where are you going? One of them asks. You smile. Someplace quieter. And perhaps that's true. But as you pack your things, a strange calm settles over you. Not peace, never quite peace, but the relief of finally stepping out of the glass box. Because you know now, you were never meant to survive this world intact. Victorian society was not built for beautiful women to thrive. It was built to trap them, display them, punish them the moment they stepped out of line, or worse, refuse to pretend the lines were fair. You take your last walk through the garden just after dusk. You know they're watching. A curtain twitches. A silhouette leans just slightly too long by a window. Let them. Let them watch you leave. You don't say goodbye. Goodbye suggests you were a part of something, but you weren't. Not really. You were a portrait they admired, then covered with a cloth when the guests arrived. And still, you walk away with your head high. Because what else is there? Historians still debate the legacy of women like you, those too beautiful to be believed, too visible to be safe, too complicated to be loved in a world that only wanted simplicity. Some say you were victims. Others say you were rebels in silk gloves. But you know the truth. You were both. And that's what made you dangerous. You board a modest train out of the city, sit by the window, hands folded, face turned just enough to catch the reflection in the glass. You don't cry. You've already done your mourning in moments too small to be named. Averted glances, invitations withdrawn, names left out, rooms that went silent when you entered. You don't need to look back, because the city will remember you, not as you are, but as they made you. Too proud, too bright, too much. And maybe, just maybe, that's your victory. Because while they work to forget your name, they will still speak of your type. They'll invent new ways to silence the next version of you. And she'll shine anyway. Now, as the night drifts in, a little deeper, and the world softens at the edges, your breathing slows. The lights outside blur, like memory, flickering, distant, harmless. The train rocks gently beneath you, the way a lullaby might sway in the arms of someone too tired to finish the verse. You're far from the whispers now, far from the gaslight and mirrors and softly veiled threats. No one is watching you anymore. Not with suspicion, not with desire. Just the trees outside, moving past like kind-eyed witnesses. Just the sky, wide and open. And in this moment, you begin to feel something rare. Ownership of your breath, of your body, of the space around you. You are no longer the reflection in someone else's story. You are no longer the warning in someone else's prayer. You are just a woman. Warm, real, and wonderfully unnoticed. Let the world carry on cataloging cheekbones and taming laughter. Let them keep building gilded cages for birds that always fly away. You have left the page. You are already free. And as you let your eyes close, softly now, let the story fade like lamplight on old velvet. Let your muscles release, your jaw unclench, your thoughts blur into something slower. You've survived beauty. And now, at last, you get to sleep. Why Victorian girls got a very different education. We slip quietly through the velvet curtains of a parlor thick with dust and polite expectations. The wallpaper is floral. The tea is oversteeped. And somewhere in the corner sits a young Victorian girl in a starched white pinafore, dutifully embroidering a rose onto linen. Her fingers are precise, her back stiff, and her future, well, it doesn't involve chemistry sets or college lectures. You're here to shadow her, but don't expect algebra lessons or biology dissections. Instead, brace yourself for something far more embroidered. You're about to time travel into a world where the education of girls is less about expanding minds and more about containing them neatly in corsets of compliance. And yes, if you were born into this world as a girl, you probably wouldn't survive it. The door to the schoolroom creaks open. Not that you're really in a school, mind you. You're in the drawing room of a respectable middle-class home. It smells faintly of boiled cabbage and lavender water. The room doubles as a classroom and a space for needlework, harp practice, and very serious conversations about modesty. You perch on the edge of a horsehair sofa as a governess, Miss Cartwright adjusts her spectacles and raises a pointer made of actual whalebone. She isn't here to teach trigonometry. No, her syllabus leans more toward penmanship, watercolors, and the art of not speaking unless spoken to. You glance down at the young girl beside you. Let's call her Eleanor. She's about 11, bright-eyed, and already mastering the art of smiling just the right amount. Too little, she's scolded. Too much, she's immodest. Eleanor's mornings begin with scripture, followed by elocution exercises, and maybe, some basic arithmetic if there's time after practicing piano scales and recopying polite letters. Historians still argue whether this model of home education was meant to empower girls within their own domestic sphere or simply tether them more firmly to it. One thing's clear. Education for girls wasn't about curiosity. It was about control. Your eyes drift to the corner of the room, where a slate leans against the wall, untouched for weeks. Why teach geography when the farthest a girl is expected to travel is from the nursery to the drawing room? But don't be fooled into thinking no one questioned this. There were always whispers, usually from older sisters who snuck books under mattresses, or governesses who included history lessons disguised as story time. You learn to listen carefully. Rebellion in this world comes wrapped in embroidery hoops. Meanwhile, boys across the hallway are learning Latin declensions and dissecting frogs. Not because they're smarter, but because they're boys. And apparently, their brains can handle it. One fringe tidbit you overhear in the kitchen. Someone's cousin tried sending her daughter to a school with boys. Scandalous. They say the girl got too clever and refused a marriage proposal because she wanted to be a writer. Gasp. Society didn't just raise an eyebrow. They practically wrote her out of the family will. So Eleanor practices her curtsy while reciting the 10 Commandments. You help her pick the correct color thread for her sampler. It has to match the curtains naturally. And all the while, the education she truly craves, science, literature, ideas that stretch beyond four walls, lingers just outside her reach. This isn't to say she learns nothing. Eleanor can list all the British monarchs, in order, and tell you precisely how to address a letter to a bishop's wife. She can name every constellation, but only because her governess once slipped a book of astronomy under her grammar text. That quiet rebellion is the only reason Eleanor knows anything about orbits. You see, Victorian society feared too much knowledge would unbalance a girl's delicate constitution. Some even warned that studying too hard might cause infertility, or worse, ideas. There was this bizarre belief that the female brain was smaller and more fragile, almost like fine china. Treat it roughly, and it might shatter. But Eleanor doesn't feel fragile. She feels bored. Her fingers ache from needlepoint, and her mind itches for something more. One afternoon, Miss Cartwright, tired of embroidery, reads aloud from Ivanhoe. It's not on the girls' curriculum, but she says nothing as Eleanor leans closer, eyes wide. For one delicious hour, the drawing room fades, and Eleanor is galloping through forests in armor, brandishing swords in her imagination. Miss Cartwright quickly switches back to etiquette after a raised eyebrow from Eleanor's mother. But something has changed. You sense it in the way Eleanor doodles swords in the margins of her French verbs. Here's a truth that doesn't make it into the official record. Some Victorian girls learned in secret. They had tutors, books hidden behind false drawers, and governesses brave enough to bend the rules. You picture Eleanor, older now, slipping away to the library while guests sip tea in the drawing room. She runs her fingers along dusty shelves and pulls out a book of essays by Mary Wollstonecraft. Her heart races. She reads in silence, and she learns. Outside, a carriage rattles down the cobblestone street. The world continues on, convinced it knows exactly what girls should become. But inside this little parlor-turned classroom, you can almost hear the quiet hum of a revolution starting. It begins not with speeches or banners, but with a girl tracing the orbit of Mars with her fingertip while pretending to study embroidery. And maybe, just maybe, that's the real education happening here. You blink, and suddenly Eleanor's pink-ribboned head is bobbing politely at a tea party where the conversation is somehow both excruciating and educational. The parlor's wallpaper has faded a little, but the expectations haven't. By now, Eleanor is a teenager, and though she's still under her governess's careful eye, something has shifted in her world. You notice it in the way the word blue stocking drips from one lady's mouth like a warning rather than a compliment. It's meant to label women who are just a little too interested in books. You catch Eleanor glancing down at her well-thumbed copy of Plutarch's Lives, then tucking it quickly out of sight. Girls like Eleanor were supposed to be gentle, well-mannered, and pretty, but not too pretty. Intelligent, but not too intelligent. And heaven help the poor girl who dared to be both. The term blue stocking had originally been a badge of honor. In the 18th century, it described educated women who gathered for informal intellectual salons. But by the time you're seated at Eleanor's table, it's more insult than compliment, implying she's trying to compete with men. Which, of course, would ruin her marriage prospects, her waistline, and somehow, her uterus. Historians still argue whether this cultural shift was a natural backlash or a calculated campaign by patriarchal institutions. Either way, the result was the same. Girls were told to aim for charm, not challenge. You watch as Eleanor's mother praises her accomplishments. A delicate watercolor here, a well-formed sonnet there, nothing that threatens to overshadow the young man, currently fumbling his way through a dull monologue about parliamentary reforms. Eleanor could correct his facts, easily, but she smiles instead and takes a sip of tepid tea. Later, you trail behind her into the garden, where she pulls out a book hidden in the folds of her skirt. It's something with Latin in the margins. Just a translation, she tells you quickly, though the sparkle in her eye says otherwise. You sit beside her on a stone bench, under the drooping branches of a wisteria vine. The scent is heavy, the air still. She starts to tell you about Hypatia of Alexandria, the ancient mathematician who dared to teach in public. Eleanor's voice rises just slightly as she speaks, and then falters as the garden door creaks. Someone's watching. She closes the book. Best not. Your heart aches a little as she returns to reciting poetry about flowers and clouds and gentle summer rains. You're not sure which is heavier, her sorrow, or that ridiculous hat she has to wear. Even when girls were allowed to read, it was often limited to improving literature, moral stories designed to reinforce duty and humility. You imagine reading Jane Eyre and being told to focus on the embroidery scenes, not the feminist rebellion. At dinner, you overhear a guest, a bishop's wife, praising another young lady for giving up her dream of writing novels in order to prepare for marriage. Everyone nods approvingly. Eleanor nods too, but her fork pauses mid-air. Now, here's a fringe tidbit for you. Some girls secretly kept journals, written in mirror script, yes, like Da Vinci. So nosy siblings and scandalized aunts couldn't decode their rebellious thoughts. You watch Eleanor trying not to fidget as her father lectures her about the dangers of radical thinking. She's 13. Her greatest rebellion so far has been reading aloud to the scullery maid. And yet, the fear is palpable. Education, for boys, is a staircase leading upward. For girls, it's a loop. No matter how far they walk, they're expected to land right back at the same place: the hearth, the nursery, the tea table. And still, Eleanor dreams. She starts sneaking moments of learning between the lines. Her governess, Miss Cartwright, has grown more daring, slipping Voltaire into their French lessons and discussing Newton under the guise of light reading. But Eleanor's mother begins to notice the glint in her daughter's eye. One evening, she makes a chilling suggestion. Perhaps it's time for Eleanor to tone it down. She's becoming a bit much. Boys don't like girls who talk about astronomy at dinner. You watch Eleanor's fingers curl around the edge of the tablecloth. The real kicker? Eleanor's younger brother, Tobias, is praised for asking difficult questions. He's curious, inquisitive, a future scholar. Eleanor asks the same questions and gets told to fetch her needlework. Still, you see flickers of resistance. Eleanor starts writing short essays on slips of paper she hides in the seams of her mattress. She reads while brushing her hair, mouthing the words silently in the mirror. She begins compiling a list of words boys use in debates, then practices saying them out loud when no one's listening. Eleanor has learned a powerful truth. Intelligence is her secret weapon, and if society won't celebrate it, she'll cultivate it anyway. Quietly. This tension between conformity and curiosity isn't just Eleanor's. Across Britain, thousands of girls are caught in the same tug-of-war. One moment, they're being taught to recite poetry about ideal womanhood. The next, they're hiding pamphlets about women's suffrage under their hymnals. You rest your head against the cold glass of Eleanor's bedroom window and look out at the misty evening. Somewhere in the city, a university debate rages on about whether women even can think critically. The irony is almost delicious. Back in the parlor, the blue stockings are coming out. Eleanor embroiders quietly, but this time, her flowers look strangely like exploding stars. You say nothing. You just smile, because you know she's learning. Morning again, and you're back in the same musty drawing room that smells like lavender polish and chalk dust. But something's different today. The air is tenser. Eleanor, now 14, sits with her ankles crossed, eyes wide and cautious. Why? Because Miss Cartwright is holding the ruler. Now, this isn't just any ruler. It's an old, smooth, terrifyingly flexible object of Victorian educational discipline, a combination of measuring device and moral compass, depending on the lesson. You're about to witness how learning wasn't just about facts and figures, but about obedience. Always obedience. Miss Cartwright clears her throat. Today, girls, we are reviewing penmanship. Eleanor glances at her inkpot like it might explode. Penmanship is a trap. One loop too large, one blot too bold, and that whalebone pointer might tap, firmly and with some flourish, across the back of her knuckles. You cringe as she begins copying the word humility. The Victorian classroom wasn't always a gentle place, especially for girls. While the boys got canes and Latin verbs, girls were trained through subtle correction and emotional warfare. A raised eyebrow, a heavy sigh, a tiny punishment that somehow made your whole spirit shrink. Historians still argue whether governesses were upholding a cruel system or surviving within it the only way they knew how. Many were underpaid, overworked, and themselves victims of the very etiquette they enforced. But don't worry, our Miss Cartwright has some edge. You notice she corrects Eleanor's cursive with just a faint tap, and then, when no one's watching, slips her a crumpled page from an old mathematics workbook. For later, she whispers. Today's lesson continues with elocution. Eleanor stands and reads a passage about self-denial, voice trembling. Every word is practiced, every gesture measured. She curtsies after finishing, and you can see in her eyes she'd rather be reciting Byron than instructions on pouring tea. Then comes the moral lecture. Victorian girls received a lot of these. Today's theme is meekness. Miss Cartwright reads from a tiny leather-bound book called Lessons for Young Ladies, and you try not to laugh when it warns, "A girl who interrupts may as well curse." You nearly choke. You interrupted 3 people today. By Victorian standards, you're basically a pirate. And yet, this discipline had a purpose. It shaped girls into proper ladies, ready for a life of domestic service, even if that service was to a future husband and not a duchess. The goal wasn't education, it was preparation. You look down at Eleanor's hands, red from the cold and the ink. She's not crying, though. She's thinking, plotting maybe, and then something odd happens. During geography, aka a very tame version of what the boys get, Miss Cartwright mentions the Himalayas. Eleanor raises her hand. She asks about altitude sickness, a real, complex question. Miss Cartwright pauses. The room stills. Well, she says slowly, that's more biology, dear. But... And she launches into a long, winding answer that might not be in the curriculum. You catch a ghost of a smile behind her spectacles. She's choosing to teach more than she should. Here's your quirky tidbit. In some stricter homes, girls had to practice silence drills, literally walking, through hallways without making a sound. The idea? A proper woman should glide, not clomp. You imagine Eleanor stomping just a bit too hard on purpose. That's our girl. Back in the drawing room, the sun hits the brass bell on the desk, signaling the end of lessons. Eleanor stands, curtsies again, and files out with the quiet shuffle of other students, 2 cousins and one painfully shy neighbor girl who might be named Maud. But before they leave, Miss Cartwright calls Eleanor back. She places her hand gently on the desk. You have a strong mind, Eleanor. Use it, even when no one sees. A shiver runs through you. In Victorian England, encouragement like that was practically treason. Downstairs, a piano tinkles through the floorboards. Eleanor's mother is instructing the younger girls on musical grace. Eleanor slips away to the kitchen, where the cook lets her steal a crust of bread and asks if she's done with all that learned nonsense for the day. She grins, not even close. You follow her to the garden, where she pulls out the math sheet Miss Cartwright gave her. Long division, geometry, something about angles. She frowns, chews on the pencil, and mutters, "This should be easier." Then she sighs. If I were a boy, I'd be better at this. You want to scream. You want to tell her she's brilliant, that the only thing holding her back is a system afraid of her brain. But this isn't your story. It's hers. And you realize something strange. Miss Cartwright's ruler, that dreaded symbol of control, has a secret softness. She never actually hits, just hovers, warns, nudges. Maybe, just maybe, she's playing both sides. That night, you find Eleanor in her nightdress, perched at the window, pencil in hand, trying to draw the constellations she read about. She whispers, "If I draw them perfectly, maybe I'll understand gravity better." Her little sister rolls over and groans, "Stop being weird." Eleanor smiles, "Never." You sit beside her, watching the stars flicker over the dark countryside, and below them, in a house where rulers still tap desks and girls still curtsy before they speak, a young girl with ink-stained fingers is refusing, quietly but surely, to shrink. You wake to the soft plink of piano keys and the sharper sound of Eleanor sighing. Morning lessons today begin not with mathematics or science, but with her practicing the accomplishments. Yes, capital A, of course. In the world of Victorian girls' education, accomplishments weren't bonus extras, they were the curriculum. So today, instead of calculus, Eleanor is seated at the upright piano, her corset just tight enough to make breathing a conscious act, working her way through a wobbly rendition of a Mozart sonatina. Her fingers know the notes, but her eyes are half closed with boredom. The window beside her is open just enough to let in a breeze, and the distant laughter of her brother Tobias as he heads to his real school, where real subjects are taught. Because here's the deal. A proper Victorian young lady wasn't educated to think. She was educated to appear. You were meant to be decorative, pleasing, and refined. And that meant excelling in accomplishments, playing an instrument, preferably harp, piano, or singing sweetly, painting delicate watercolors, and of course, embroidery, always embroidery. Historians still argue whether these accomplishments were meant to make girls more marriageable or simply to keep their minds busy enough not to notice how little power they actually had. Either way, the system was impressively effective at taking up time while appearing quite sophisticated. You glance at Eleanor's watercolor of a potted lily. It's not bad. She's got a steady hand, but it's her sketch in the margins that catches your eye. A tiny dragon curled around a book. Not exactly standard fare for the Ladies' Artistic Society. Later, she's working on her French. The vocabulary for today: la fenêtre, the window; le papillon, the butterfly; and of course, la modestie, modesty. You can't help but laugh a little when she mutters under her breath, le patriarcat. That one wasn't in the workbook. There's a school of thought that these accomplishments were a way for girls to develop grace and poise in a society obsessed with appearances. But here's the thing. Girls like Eleanor could smell the hollowness. You can't learn self-worth from stitching roses you don't care about. Eleanor's voice teacher arrives shortly after lunch. A tall, painfully proper woman with a tendency to pronounce vibrato like it's something contagious. She drills Eleanor on vocal posture, then immediately scolds her for standing too confidently. Remember, my dear, you are not an actress. One must never appear too bold. Too bold, that's the ultimate sin in Victorian girlhood. You must hint at intelligence, but never display it too brightly. Like a candle, not a torch. By contrast, her brother Tobias is home this week because his school is closed for repairs. He brags about his Latin lessons, waves around a book of Euclidean geometry, and Eleanor, bless her, asks to borrow it. Tobias laughs. Why? It's not like you'll ever use it. Cue dramatic eye roll. But Eleanor doesn't argue. Instead, she borrows it quietly, sneaks it under her drawing pad, and stays up past midnight trying to figure out how the hypotenuse works. Here's a delightful fringe tidbit. Some etiquette guides from the time actually warned against letting girls learn too much music theory, as understanding harmony and mathematics might make them unfeminine. One suggested that girls learn to play the instrument but not understand it. Because obviously, understanding is where the real danger lies. You find Eleanor alone in the garden that evening, practicing scales under her breath and sketching a tiny map of the solar system into the corner of her sampler. It's delicate, stitched in pale blue thread so her mother won't notice. She says quietly, "I'm going to learn everything they think I can't." You nod. Of course she is. But the worst part? When girls like Eleanor showed genuine skill, they were often praised less for their talent and more for how gracefully they performed it. You could be brilliant as long as you didn't act like it. You could even outplay your brothers, just don't correct them. Victorian education for girls was less about expanding a mind and more about containing it beautifully. Like putting a butterfly under glass and then complimenting it on how still it is. At the ladies' exhibition, later that month, a polite talent show for the upper middle class, Eleanor plays a haunting piece on the piano that she secretly composed herself. She's not allowed to call it her own, of course. So the program simply says, a sonatina in the style of Mozart. People applaud. A man in a cravat calls it charming. Her mother glows with pride. No one asks who actually wrote it. But you see Eleanor's eyes scanning the room, looking for someone, anyone who gets it. And when Miss Cartwright catches her eye and offers the faintest, fastest of nods, that's enough. You follow Eleanor back to her bedroom that night, past the walls lined with samplers and watercolors of fruit bowls, and watch her pull a sheet of music from under her mattress. Her real work, notes scribbled in pencil, harmonies that don't follow the rules, a melody that says what she's not allowed to speak out loud. This is where her education truly lives. Not in the accomplishments put on display, but in the ones hidden in sketchbooks, tucked behind framed flowers, sewn into the margins of modesty. And maybe, just maybe, she's not alone. Maybe there are girls all across the country doing the same, quietly rewriting the curriculum in the secret corners of their lives. You're in the hallway again, following Eleanor as she peers through a half-open door. Beyond it, Tobias and a few other boys sit at desks, slates in hand, faces scrunched in frustration as an older man drones on about Latin verb conjugations. The room smells of chalk and sour wool. "Amo, amas, amat," the teacher chants, tapping a stick against his palm. Eleanor whispers the words under her breath, just fast enough to keep pace, but quiet enough not to be heard. She's not supposed to be here, not even near here. Because here's the hard truth. Latin was strictly for boys. Not because girls were too dim to handle it, but because Latin opened doors to law, science, philosophy, and heaven forbid a young woman have access to those. Latin meant logic. Latin meant debate. Latin meant you might understand how the world works in systems bigger than lace and lemon cake. And that, for the Victorians, was a little too risky. So Eleanor does what clever girls did. She listens from the hallway, borrows Tobias's books when he's not looking, and mimics his declensions in the mirror using chalk she steals from the schoolroom. Historians still argue whether the restriction of Latin to boys was about academic gatekeeping or preserving the appearance of gender roles. Either way, it meant that for decades, girls were politely steered away from the roots of Western knowledge while being handed embroidery hoops. Meanwhile, you overhear Eleanor's aunt lamenting that some modern girls don't even embroider anymore. The horror. Back in her room, Eleanor secretly translated the first few lines of Caesar's commentaries. She giggles while whispering, "All Gaul is divided into 3 parts," like it's a scandalous bedtime story. And, in this context, it kind of is. But the real kicker? She's good at it. Like, annoyingly good. Her translations are sharp, her syntax clean. She's not memorizing, she's understanding, and it thrills her. Yet when she brings up a Latin phrase at dinner, in vino veritas, her mother gasps, nearly dropping her fork. "Where did you hear that?" I read it on a wine bottle," Eleanor lies quickly. Her father frowns. "Let's keep the conversation respectable, shall we?" And just like that, the room falls silent. Because Latin, when spoken by a girl, sounds dangerous, even when it's about wine. You watch Eleanor retreat inward. Not sad, determined. That's what Latin gives her. Not just knowledge, but confidence. If she can master a dead language forbidden to her, what else might she conquer? You learn that in some rare and rebellious girls' schools, usually run by unorthodox Quakers or radical reformers, Latin was taught, in secret. Often at night, under the guise of literature club meetings. The girls would gather by candlelight, declensions and dictionaries hidden inside copies of Wuthering Heights. One girl reportedly used the Latin words for resistance and freedom to decorate the edge of her sampler. And now Eleanor's trying to do the same. You catch her stitching a delicate little phrase onto her handkerchief. Sapientia est potentia. Knowledge is power. Subtle. Very subtle. But just as Eleanor starts to thrive, the walls close in. Her mother discovers the Latin textbook. She doesn't yell. Victorian mothers rarely yell. Instead, she calmly confiscates it and replaces it with a thick volume titled Womanly Virtues and Sacred Duties. The cover has faded roses and a lock of someone's hair tucked between the pages. You gag a little. Eleanor doesn't. She nods, says thank you, then reads 3 chapters of Livy from memory that night. Miss Cartwright notices the shift. She's wary, tighter with her rules, but not cruel. She's a woman of her time, too. She knows what's at stake. And yet, she still slips Eleanor a Latin dictionary with a wink and a whispered, "Use this wisely." Here's your quirky tidbit. At one girls' academy in the 1850s, students developed an entire fake Latin dialect to pass coded notes in class. Historians later found these Latin letters hidden in desk drawers, half-decent conjugations mixed with giggly gossip. One even wrote, "Magistra odorat ut piscis." Translation, "The teacher smells like fish." Back in Eleanor's world, there's no space for nonsense Latin jokes, at least not openly. Every step forward feels like it might collapse under scrutiny. But she's clever. She practices Latin declensions while sewing. She hums conjugation patterns to herself while playing piano. And at night, she recites Cicero's quotes into the silence like little prayers. Dum spiro, spero. While I breathe, I hope. That one hits different. Because you see, it's not just about Latin. It's about unlocking a world she's been told doesn't belong to her. It's about stepping into a language boys use to claim power and making it her own. Eleanor's education is now double-layered. The surface is frilly and proper, watercolors, French phrases, and waltzing. But underneath, it's a rebellion stitched in Latin, hidden under corsets and copied out in candlelight. You leave her that night mid-translation, lips moving soundlessly in the glow of her oil lamp, eyes blazing with something far more dangerous than knowledge: intent. Because once a girl learns to speak the language of power, you can't unteach it. You can only pretend not to notice when she starts using it. You're climbing stairs now, narrow, creaky ones tucked behind a thick velvet curtain, and definitely not meant for visitors. Dust swirls in the morning light. At the top is a tiny door with peeling paint and a brass knob that leaves your hand smelling faintly of metal. You push it open and find a woman sitting by a window, reading a worn copy of Paradise Lost. She doesn't look up. This is the governess, and she's the one no one talks about. Miss Cartwright, remember her? She's more than just Eleanor's teacher. She's a governess, a social ghost, too educated to belong with the servants, too poor to sit with the family. She occupies a strange space, present at dinner, silent in conversation, watching, always watching. You step into her attic room. It's small but tidy. A narrow bed, a scarred writing desk, and exactly one vase of dried lavender doing its best to be cheerful. Her ink bottle is nearly empty. Her boots are neatly aligned under the bed. And her drawer, cracked open, reveals a stack of old notebooks with Latin scribbles, feminist poetry, and carefully constructed letters that will never be sent. Because Miss Cartwright had dreams once. Maybe still does. You settle by the desk and listen as she mutters lesson plans under her breath. One for embroidery, one for deportment, and a third, completely unapproved one. Introductory astronomy, hidden in a French grammar book. You almost laugh. She's still playing the game. Historians still argue whether governesses like her were complicit in the system or quietly subverting it. After all, some did enforce strict moral codes. Others, like Miss Cartwright, taught secret syllabi. Today, she's preparing to introduce Eleanor to Newton's Principia. Well, parts of it. Translated, abbreviated, and disguised as illustrative mechanics. You smirk. It's like science with a bonnet on. Downstairs, Eleanor is reciting Psalm 23 while standing on one leg to practice balance. Upstairs, her governess is sketching planetary orbits in the margins of an etiquette manual. And that, right there, is Victorian education in a nutshell. Miss Cartwright herself had a patchwork education. You learn that she was the daughter of a country clergyman who died young. She was educated enough to quote Shakespeare, too poor to marry well and too proud to serve. So she became a governess, the only job where a woman could be paid, barely, for knowing things. Her story isn't unique. In 1851, the census recorded over 25,000 governesses in Britain. Most were unmarried, overeducated for their station, and constantly one misstep away from ruin. Here's a fringe tidbit. Some governesses joined secret women's clubs in London, where they exchanged teaching tips, philosophy books, and scandalously, discussions of women's suffrage. A few even published anonymous essays under men's names in radical journals. Miss Cartwright might have written one. You suspect she did. She never talks about her past directly, but you see it in the way she watches Eleanor read, quietly cheering her on without saying a word. You see it when she skips ahead during history lessons to focus on Boudica or Joan of Arc. You definitely see it when she corrects Tobias's math homework and then accidentally leaves it out where Eleanor can find it. But here's the thing. Being a governess means never truly belonging. At dinner, she sits at the edge of the table and speaks only when addressed. She corrects Eleanor's posture with a glance, not a word. She keeps her own emotions coiled tight. One afternoon, the family hosts a guest, a pompous, overfed cousin who insists that governesses are merely decorative help. Miss Cartwright doesn't flinch. She simply pours tea, and later slips Eleanor a poem by Christina Rossetti. You sit with her that night, upstairs in her garret room, watching her resew the hem of her only black dress. Her fingers are quick, practiced. She hums something sad under her breath. She writes in her journal, Eleanor read Ovid aloud today. Not perfect, but brave. She asked what Jupiter symbolizes. I told her, power. She said, then why do the girls always have to be Daphne? I had no answer. You exhale slowly. That's the line that sticks. In many ways, Miss Cartwright is the real teacher, not just of facts, but of subversion, resilience, and silent rebellion. She teaches Eleanor how to think and how to hide that thinking behind a curtain of lace and courtesy. And even though her own dreams may never fully bloom, she plants seeds anyway. Every Latin word, every forbidden science lesson, every whispered critique of modesty is a little seed. She may never see them grow, but that's not the point. That's what makes her different from the system she serves. She knows it's flawed, but rather than burn it down, she smuggles hope through the cracks. Before bed, you find Eleanor reading a book with the cover torn off. Miss Cartwright gave it to her just to practice reading longer texts. You peek over her shoulder. It's Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, poorly disguised. Eleanor smiles. She thinks I don't know it's political. You smile back. She knows you know. And in that quiet attic, where a governess scribbles lesson plans beside her dreams, and a girl learns the science of stars in secret, you realize something. This isn't just education. It's resistance. The next morning, things feel tense. Eleanor is being fitted for a new walking dress, navy blue, with fussy pleats, and about 17 buttons she'll never be able to fasten alone. She stands stiffly on a small footstool while her mother discusses the unfortunate business with the bloomers. You blink. Bloomers? Oh, yes, her mother says with a dramatic sigh. Some dreadful woman in America is parading about in trousers. Can you imagine? And suddenly, you realize what's going on. You've just entered the era of the Victorian moral panic, a peculiar storm of outrage stirred by something seemingly small. Pants. On a woman. Here's your mainstream fact. In the 1850s, American activist Amelia Bloomer began promoting a new kind of women's clothing, loose trousers gathered at the ankle, worn under a short skirt. Practical, modest, revolutionary. And Victorian England lost its mind. To Eleanor's mother, bloomers represent moral collapse. What next? Women voting, working outside the home? She actually clutches her pearls. You can't make this stuff up. Eleanor, meanwhile, is fidgeting in her corset. She mutters, they sound comfortable. Her mother shoots her a look that could curdle cream. Historians still argue whether bloomers were more feared for their physical design or for the ideas they carried. After all, trousers weren't just a fashion statement. They symbolized mobility, freedom, and independence. And those were terrifying concepts when applied to young women like Eleanor. And let's be clear, Victorian women didn't have a monopoly on ridiculous clothing restrictions, but the layers of skirts, petticoats, bustles, and corsets made even the idea of running or climbing stairs feel scandalous. A girl in trousers? That wasn't just fashion rebellion, it was philosophical warfare. Here's a fringe tidbit. Some Victorian schools actually banned girls from participating in physical activity, specifically to prevent them from wanting looser clothes. Exercise was linked to defiance, too much freedom of movement. You might develop opinions. Back at home, Eleanor receives a stern warning. No talk of trousers, not even as a joke. So naturally, she brings it up that evening at the dinner table. If women wore trousers, they could walk more freely, she says, poking at her potatoes, or ride bicycles. Her father chokes on his roast. Ride what? Bicycles, she repeats innocently. They're very practical. Doctors say they're healthy. For girls, too. Her mother sets down her fork. That's quite enough, Eleanor. But you catch Miss Cartwright in the corner, quietly nodding. She once owned a bicycle. You didn't know that until now. She crashed it into a hedge and laughed for 10 full minutes. She hasn't laughed like that in years. You trail Eleanor up to her room later. She's reading about women who defied fashion norms, doctors, suffragists, writers. Many of them wore bloomers under long skirts and claimed it gave them freedom of mind. The idea thrills her, so she decides to try something. With her governess's help, she cuts the legs off an old pair of winter drawers and sews them into loose pantaloons. She hides them under her skirt and walks to the garden, feeling like she's invented jet engines. It's so much easier to breathe, she whispers. You follow her to the orchard, where she climbs a low branch in her new makeshift bloomers and writes a paragraph in her journal that begins, "Today I wore freedom." Later, of course, her mother notices the seams. "Have you altered your undergarments?" she demands. Eleanor shrugs. "I was experimenting." "Don't." There's silence. Heavy, embarrassed silence. You realize in that moment that a girl in trousers could end a family's social reputation faster than an affair or bankruptcy. Because trousers didn't just challenge fashion, they challenged the entire premise that women should be still, quiet, and ornamental. The irony? The medical community was starting to side with the bloomers. Some progressive doctors, mainly in London and Edinburgh, warned that corsets and heavy skirts were actually damaging young girls' health, deforming spines, compressing lungs, and triggering fainting spells, which, by the way, were considered feminine and elegant. They proposed, tentatively, that maybe women shouldn't be strangled by their wardrobes. Predictably, those doctors were shunned. Eleanor reads about them anyway. She copies quotes into her diary and writes letters she never sends. In one of them, she pens, "I think clothes are cages, but mine are sewn with silk thread, so people pretend they're lovely." It's a sentence that stays with you. One of those quiet observations that feels like truth soaked in perfume. And it's not just bloomers. The conversation spreads. Eleanor begins asking other questions. If trousers are controversial, what else is off limits for girls that shouldn't be? Higher education? Politics? The right to walk alone? Suddenly, the education she's getting, decorative and diluted, feels not just inadequate, but suspiciously designed. Like someone built the curriculum out of bubble wrap and wallpaper paste to keep girls like her from ever pressing too hard against the walls. One morning, Miss Cartwright brings her a folded clipping from a radical newspaper. It shows a drawing of a woman wearing bloomers, riding a bicycle, laughing. "She looks like she's flying," Eleanor whispers. Miss Cartwright nods. That's why they're afraid of her. That night, Eleanor stands at the mirror in her nightdress, practicing saying, "I deserve freedom," out loud. Her voice wobbles the first time, then grows stronger. She pulls the bloomers from under her mattress, folds them neatly, and places them beside her books on Latin and astronomy. Her secret weapons, her quiet revolution. Because now she understands. Education isn't just about what you're taught. It's about what you're forbidden to imagine. And thanks to a pair of stitched-together bloomers and a governess with a slightly dangerous glint in her eye, Eleanor's imagination has just become unstoppable. The carriage wheels crunch on gravel. Eleanor waves stiffly from the window, her gloved hand barely moving. You're sitting beside her, equally stiff, as she rides away from home for the first time. She's not going to university. Don't be absurd. No, she's off to a boarding establishment for young ladies, which sounds respectable until you read the fine print. Embroidery, French, fainting couches. This isn't Hogwarts. It's finishing school. Outside, the countryside blurs past in a wash of greens and grays. Eleanor's trunk rattles with every turn, filled with muslin gowns, moral instruction manuals, and approximately 3 pounds of hair ribbons. Hidden among them, 2 books. Latin, obviously. 1 stitched diagram of the solar system, and a very forbidden pair of makeshift bloomers. You arrive at a towering stone house surrounded by hedges trimmed too neatly to be trusted. Inside, dim corridors, high ceilings, and a smell that can only be described as old wool and boiled ham. This is Rosewood Academy for refined young ladies, or as Eleanor quickly dubs it, stiff collar prison for the slightly rebellious. You're shown to the dormitory. 7 narrow beds, 1 cracked window, a fireplace that's purely decorative. You spot ink stains on the bedposts and a faint smell of damp chalk. Welcome to your new home. The school day begins promptly at 7 a.m., with cold water splashed onto your face and a whispery chorus of complaints from the other girls. Breakfast is porridge and strict silence. The headmistress, Miss Forsyth, leads Grace with the authority of a minor war general. Her spectacles gleam with suspicion. The curriculum? Ah, the usual blend of decorative arts and strategic ignorance. Mainstream history. Yes, but only the parts where women smiled quietly and kings were noble. Latin? Only in mottos and school crests. Science? Reserved for basic understanding of hygiene. Anything more is indelicate. Algebra is optional. Opinions are not. Eleanor slouches at her desk. 1 girl sneezes. Another whispers the wrong conjugation of a French verb and is made to write Je ne parlerai jamais sans permission 100 times. I will never speak without permission. Charming. Here's your mainstream fact. Victorian boarding schools for girls often emphasized deportment, how to walk with books on your head, over critical thinking. You were judged not on what you learned, but how gracefully you learned it. Girls were taught to curtsy, pour tea without spilling, and walk as though their feet didn't touch the floor. But there's something else here. Beneath the surface-level frills and flowers, something strange bubbles in these halls. Fear. Anxious, stifled energy. You sense it most at night. The beds creak, the wind moans, and someone always cries after lights out. You overhear hushed stories. 1 girl talks about being too clever in her last school and getting sent home. Another was caught reading Byron under her blanket and had her books burned. Literally, burned. Eleanor keeps her Latin book hidden inside Pilgrim's Progress and practices equations on her slate and code. She's not the only one. By week 2, you've discovered a quiet network of secret scholars. Girls who pass contraband notes in the margins of French exercises and whisper Greek roots while lacing their boots. Historians still argue whether these pockets of resistance at girls' schools were rare accidents or quietly supported by rogue teachers. Either way, they existed, and they were lifelines. Here's your fringe tidbit. In one notorious girls' school near Bath, the girls invented an entire underground library. Books were smuggled in by sympathetic servants, read by candlelight, and re-hidden in piano benches. When inspectors came, the girls swapped them with copies of moral essays for maidens. It took years for anyone to catch on. At Rosewood, Eleanor quickly finds her own rebel circle. There's Margaret, who knows more astronomy than the local vicar. Louisa, who pretends to embroider while reciting French philosophy. And Clara, who writes poetry under the name Charles Montague and mails it to newspapers. The four of them meet in the linen closet. Not glamorous, but private. They call it the observatory, since the tiny window shows exactly one slice of the moon. It's there that Eleanor whispers her dream. I want to take the university exams, the ones they say are only for boys. Gasps, widened eyes. No one speaks for a moment. And then Margaret grins. Let's find out what's on them. That's how it starts. They gather whatever scraps they can. Discarded math problems, overheard essay questions, second-hand textbooks from brothers. Back home, one girl writes to her uncle, claiming it's for research. They build their own syllabus, quietly, stubbornly. By candlelight, Eleanor copies diagrams from a physics book with fingers numb from cold. She reads aloud to the others while balancing on a pile of winter blankets. In the classroom, Miss Forsyth drones on about the importance of modesty. But in the observatory, Eleanor is diagramming levers, pulleys, and planetary motion. One night, after the candles are snuffed and the halls fall silent, you hear the softest whisper from across the room. Force equals mass times acceleration, followed by a giggle. The girls are changing, but nothing gold stays hidden. One afternoon, Eleanor is summoned to the headmistress's office. A confiscated essay. Improper content. A reference to Newton. Miss Forsyth, arms folded, says, "You are here to become a lady, not a man of science." Eleanor's voice shakes. "Can I be both?" "No," comes the answer. "You may be one or the other. Choose wisely." You feel her heart crack a little. Not break, just shift. A pivot. She nods, leaves, and never brings up Newton in class again. But in the linen closet, she teaches it twice as hard. Because by now, Eleanor understands something no schoolroom can suppress. You don't need permission to learn. The classroom is chilly today. Eleanor pulls her shawl tighter, glancing sideways as Miss Forsyth hands out samples of ivory-colored linen and blunt little needles. Today, she declares, we begin a new stitch. The feather stitch. Very useful for border work. Border work, you sigh. Eleanor sighs louder, but no one dares say what they're all thinking. Why are we doing this again? Welcome to another thrilling chapter of Victorian girlhood, where the needle, not the pen, is your primary educational tool. And not metaphorically, literally. You're sewing instead of writing an essay. You glance down at your lap. A half-finished sampler rests there, painstakingly stitched with the phrase, "Industry is woman's ornament." Eleanor's looks more like, "Industry is woman's I'm dying of boredom." Here's your mainstream fact. Needlework was considered essential for all girls, regardless of social class. It was the perfect intersection of patience, obedience, and fine motor skills. 3 qualities Victorian society loved in a woman. Samplers weren't just practice. They were records of morality. Cross-stitch your letters, yes, but also your soul. And yet, there's something deeply ironic here. Eleanor can solve a quadratic equation in her head, but she's stuck perfecting stitches she'll likely never use. She's not even bad at it. She's just clearly over it. Across the room, Louisa is embroidering what's supposed to be a rose, but looks suspiciously like a flaming meteor. Clara is stitching poetry into the hem of her petticoat. Subtle, but effective. Needlework was taught daily. Mistakes weren't just corrected, they were moralized. A crooked stitch? Careless. A smudge on the fabric? Lack of discipline. You weren't just learning to sew, you were being sewn into a pattern yourself. Historians still argue whether this needle-centric curriculum was a sincere attempt to teach practical skills or a socially accepted way to keep girls' hands busy while their minds atrophied. Either way, girls weren't encouraged to create. They were taught to copy. And copy they did. Alphabets, floral borders, inspirational quotes. Eleanor's sampler includes "A still tongue makes a wise head," which, considering how often she's silenced in other subjects, feels like a threat wearing a bonnet. Here's your fringe tidbit. One sampler found in Yorkshire from 1854 included a hidden message embroidered in red thread, barely visible to the naked eye. It read, "I long to read the stars." The girl's name is lost to history, but her secret hope survives. Back in the classroom, the lesson drags. One student pricks her finger and lets out a tiny yelp, which earns her a lecture on composure. Eleanor stares out the window. The tree branches dance in the wind, wild and ungovernable. She envies them. Later, in the dormitory, the girls compare their stitchwork. Margaret's is flawless. She grew up with a mother who took embroidery very seriously, practically a religion. But even she sighs. Why are we still doing this when we could be learning anything else? Because a girl with rough hands and a sharp mind is considered unfeminine, Eleanor replies. And she's not wrong. You walk with them to the dining hall, where the walls are lined with framed samplers from years past. Rows and rows of obedience immortalized in silk thread. It's beautiful and suffocating all at once. Dinner is boiled beef and boiled peas, and a boiled conversation about how idle hands invite ruin. Eleanor pokes at her food. Her fingers are sore. Her brain is itching. That night, she can't sleep. She lights a stub of candle and pulls out her embroidery hoop. Not to finish the assigned sampler. Oh no. Tonight she's stitching something new. You watch over her shoulder as thread becomes the curve of Saturn's rings. She adds stars, a tiny comet, then in the margin, Veritas Vincit, truth conquers. It's slow, careful work. Her stitches aren't perfect, but her intention is. By morning, she hides the hoop under her mattress. No one can see it, not yet, but it's there. A little rebellion in rose silk. The next week, the class is assigned a project, a moral needlework panel to be displayed at the upcoming school exhibition. Girls chatter about fonts and floral borders. Eleanor volunteers for the heading. She chooses, "A woman's hands build a peaceful home." But beneath the border, stitched so faintly you can only see it when the light hits just right, are 4 Latin words. Mens agitat molem. The mind moves matter. Miss Forsyth inspects the finished work and smiles. "How delicate," she says. If only she knew. You want to cheer, but you stay silent. You've learned by now that Eleanor's triumphs aren't loud. They're thread-thin and hidden beneath pleats. But they are triumphs. Because this isn't just about needlework. It's about the contrast between what girls were told mattered and what they knew mattered. Between the world's expectations and their own quiet defiance. between flowers on linen and stars in the sky. That afternoon, a younger student whispers to Eleanor, "Your stitches look different." Eleanor shrugs. "I just like making my own patterns." And in that tiny moment, in that needle-pricked classroom where obedience is a virtue and creativity a liability, you realize something powerful. Eleanor is using the very tools designed to confine her, to escape. One stitch at a time. It's a quiet morning. Too quiet, really. The classroom smells faintly of damp wool and lavender-scented ink, and the curtains are drawn to block the chill. Eleanor is unusually pale today, her expression distant, her hands folded neatly but tightly in her lap. You sense it before anyone says a word. Miss Forsyth clears her throat. Today's lesson will be abbreviated. You glance around. No embroidery hoops, no French books, not even the ever-present moral instruction. Just stillness. The kind of stillness that comes before something awkward, something unspoken. And then you realize it's that day. Because somewhere in the undercurrent of Victorian girlhood lurks a taboo so delicate it can barely be named. Menstruation. And today, Eleanor has her first period. Of course, no one says this. No one ever says it. They just act around it, like it's a dangerous fog that might slip between the door cracks and ruin everyone's lunch. Eleanor is sent to rest in the infirmary, a stuffy side room with floral wallpaper and the world's least comforting couch, a gray wool blanket, a cup of tepid tea, and a matron who offers nothing but a vague smile and the whispered phrase, "It's normal. Just don't exert yourself." Here's your mainstream fact. Victorian medical professionals widely believed that menstruation made women mentally and physically unfit for exertion of any kind. Reading during your period was discouraged. Studying mathematics? Out of the question. You might, according to one particularly imaginative doctor, overheat the womb. Let that sink in. Historians still argue whether this belief was medical ignorance, social convenience, or deliberate suppression of female intellect. Probably all three. And so girls like Eleanor were pulled from lessons and told to rest whenever they bled. Not because they couldn't learn, but because the idea of a menstruating mind engaging in critical thought somehow offended the entire Victorian medical establishment. Eleanor, of course, is mortified, not by her body, but by the absurdity of it all. "I can solve equations," she mutters, but apparently not while bleeding. The matron doesn't respond, just hands her another sugar cube. In the dormitory that evening, the other girls whisper. Clara says she had to stay in bed for 3 full days. Margaret once fainted in chapel and was congratulated for her delicate constitution. Louisa was told to carry a sprig of lavender in her pocket to balance her humors. You almost choke. Here's a fringe tidbit. In some particularly strict schools, girls were forbidden from looking at themselves in mirrors during menstruation, for fear it might cause hysteria. One school even covered its mirrors with black cloth once a month, because nothing says wellness like being treated like a haunted Victorian lampshade. Eleanor naturally rebels. By the second day, she sneaks out of the infirmary, marches back into the classroom, and resumes her Latin translation with a hot water bottle tucked discreetly into her waistband. Miss Forsyth raises an eyebrow. "You should be resting." "I can rest after I finish Ovid," Eleanor replies, not looking up, and Miss Forsyth, after a long pause, just sighs and keeps marking papers, because deep down, even she knows the whole thing is ridiculous. Later, in the linen closet, aka the observatory, the girls gather for an emergency meeting of the Rebellious Minds Society. Eleanor presents her findings. Did you know, she says, holding up a smuggled pamphlet, some doctors believe women's minds sharpen during menstruation? Gasps. Scandalized murmurs. Curious eyes. She reads aloud a quote from a female physician, anonymous of course, who dared to claim that menstruating women were apt pupils and capable thinkers, and that the so-called mental weakness was, perhaps, just societal projection. The room goes very quiet. Then Louisa says, "So maybe we're not sick. We're just not being believed." "Exactly," Eleanor replies. "It's not about biology. It's about control." And there it is, the crux of the thing. The realization that menstruation was weaponized, not out of care, but out of fear. It gave institutions an excuse to exclude women at regular intervals, to label them as unstable, irrational, or simply unavailable to participate in the life of the mind. The girls begin recording their symptoms, not to complain, but to track patterns. They note when they feel foggy, when they feel brilliant, and when they want to yell at everyone for saying the word delicate like it's a compliment. Eleanor compiles the notes in a journal labeled Monthly Observations. Very scientific, very rebellious. One night, she writes, "This week I learned that blood frightens people more than ideas. But not me. I bled, and I read, and I remembered every word." And you believe her. She's sharper than ever. Her translations are stronger. Her arguments in the linen closet debates more, pointed. Her mind, far from dulled, seems newly alive. But it isn't just Eleanor. The other girls are catching on. Margaret refuses to skip geometry during her next cycle. Clara writes a poem titled "Red is Not a Weakness." Louisa calculates her average symptoms and draws a pie chart. A literal period chart. Soon, the hush surrounding that time of the month starts to fray. Whispers become inside jokes. Lavender sprigs are repurposed as bookmarks. The fear begins to die. Not from confrontation, but from knowledge. And that, maybe, is the quietest kind of revolution. One that doesn't shout or march or scandalize. One that just refuses to believe the lie. By the end of the month, Eleanor stands at the front of the classroom during recitation, shoulders back, voice steady, and declares in perfect Latin, "Mens sana in corpore sano." A healthy mind in a healthy body. No one corrects her. Because even in a school that still insists on corsets and quiet girls, the truth has started to bleed through. You hear it before you see her. The rustle of skirts, the faint crunch of gravel under soft leather shoes. Eleanor is pacing, slow and thoughtful, beneath a line of bare branched trees in the school's garden. Clutched in her hands is a book, weathered and creased. The spine reads Pride and Prejudice, but the pages inside tell a different story. Because today, you're walking with someone who outwrote her education. Her name is Jane Austen, and while she's not here in the flesh, long gone by the time Eleanor takes up her needle and book, her shadow stretches long across these garden paths. Eleanor discovered her months ago, buried behind a shelf of appropriate novels for young ladies. She devoured Sense and Sensibility, then Emma, and now Pride and Prejudice, annotated in pencil and smudged ink. Jane left school at 11, Eleanor whispers to you. 11. The number tastes like disbelief. And it's true. Here's your mainstream fact. Jane Austen was educated mostly at home, with only a short stint at formal school, cut off not because of poor behavior or lack of intelligence, but because her family simply couldn't afford to keep her enrolled. Historians still argue whether this made Jane a product of limitations or a triumph over them. She had books, brothers who valued her wit, and access to a rich inner world. And in a time when women were supposed to be quietly charming, she wrote heroines who were clever, awkward, observant, and wonderfully, irritatingly vocal. Eleanor stops under a tree. They say she wasn't educated enough, but she invented characters smarter than most men I've read. You nod. You know the truth. Jane Austen didn't just survive a flimsy education. She dismantled its values with dialogue. Eleanor's fingers itch to write. You can see it in the way she taps her pencil against the book's cover. But she hesitates. It's not proper. My mother says writing novels is too emotional, too unstructured. Here's your fringe tidbit. Some Victorian mothers would literally remove the word novel from book covers before handing them to their daughters, relabeling them moral tales or domestic reflections to keep appearances tidy. One even hand-sewed a slipcover for Frankenstein embroidered with the words, "Useful Thoughts for Girls." That's not what that book is. You sit with Eleanor under a twisted hawthorn tree as she reads aloud one of her favorite lines. I could easily forgive his pride if he had not mortified mine. She grins. It's so clean, so sharp. And then she admits it. She's been writing. Secretly, late at night, when the dormitory is quiet and the candle is nothing but a stub. Her stories are stitched together from overheard gossip, schoolroom boredom, and the wild, unteachable imagination of a girl who's tired of reading endings that always involve marriage and a satisfied sigh. Her heroine, a girl who says no. No to the suitor, no to the social rules, and yes to her own damn mind. She folds the paper back into her skirt pocket. I don't know if it's good, she says. That's not the point, you tell her. Miss Cartwright knows. Of course she knows. She pretends not to, but she's careful not to collect Eleanor's papers too quickly during composition class. And when she returns them, she only ever says, vivid prose. Watch your commas. Meanwhile, other girls start sharing pages. Margaret writes a scene where a governess runs away to become an explorer. Clara rewrites the ending to Wuthering Heights so that Catherine opens a bookshop instead of haunting Heathcliff. Louisa pens letters from imaginary political leaders, always women, with titles like To My Sisters in Strategy. And that linen closet, it becomes a writer's room. But not everyone is amused. One afternoon, during a surprise inspection, Miss Forsyth finds a loose page tucked behind the radiator. It begins, Chapter 1, in which our heroine is absolutely done with everyone. Miss Forsyth is not impressed. Girls, she says the next morning, voice tight, are not novelists. There's silence. Then Eleanor clears her throat. Jane Austen was a girl. The headmistress freezes. The room stiffens. She had brothers who supported her, Eleanor adds, and a pen name at first, because even her publishers didn't think people would buy a woman's words. Miss Forsyth glares. You would do well not to compare yourself to Miss Austen. I wasn't, Eleanor says softly. You did. That earns her a week of quiet desk duty, copying lines like, modesty is a girl's greatest adornment. But even during punishment, she writes, on the back of the paper, in margins, in code, because now she knows something dangerous. She doesn't need permission to tell stories. She writes about governesses who build telescopes in attics and sisters who debate philosophers over dinner and girls who write books that scandalize the right people. One night, she whispers, Jane wrote about the world with a wink. I want to write with a match. You glance at her fingers, ink-stained, red from the cold, and you realize that for all the corsets and silence and floral-stitched lies, she's building something strong inside herself. The boarding school can contain her body, yes. But her words? Too late. They're already loose. You're in the drawing room again, but not Eleanor's. This one belongs to a friend of the family. Polished furniture, heavy curtains, the unmistakable scent of lemon polish and barely repressed judgment. Eleanor sits upright in a stiff-backed chair, while three women stare at her like she's a dress being considered for purchase. She's very bright, one of them says cautiously, but not intimidatingly so, I hope. Eleanor blinks. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, you know, the other woman chuckles tightly. Some girls read too much and begin to fancy themselves above their station. It can hinder their prospects. And there it is, the warning. You're not hearing this for the first time, and neither is Eleanor, but it still lands like a splinter, because now you've entered the realm of social diplomacy, the fine art of being clever enough to charm, but not so clever that you terrify potential husbands. Here's your mainstream fact. In Victorian society, intellectual ambition in women was widely believed to be inversely proportional to their marital desirability. A girl could be witty, well-read, even educated, but only if those qualities were presented as accents, not the main performance. Eleanor nods politely. Her teacup rattles slightly in its saucer. She's 15 now. Her voice has gained weight. Her essays, written in secret of course, are sharp, funny, even daring. She's been reading Wollstonecraft, Florence Nightingale's letters, and some anonymously published arguments for women's university education. But she can't talk about any of it, because the minute you say too much in front of the wrong person, the social oxygen gets sucked out of the room, and you're left sitting there, alone with your dangerous little thoughts. Her mother makes polite conversation. Eleanor demurs, laughs when she's meant to, and recites a line from a poem about doves and piety. The room relaxes. No threat detected. Afterward, in the carriage, her mother turns to her. You did well today. You must always let a man feel that he is cleverer than you. Eleanor doesn't respond. Her gloved hands are folded tightly in her lap. Back at school, she pulls you aside in the corridor. I know what they're doing, she says. They want me just clever enough to entertain a husband, but not enough to question him. And she's right. This was the line that Victorian girls were expected to walk. Be a sparkling conversationalist, but only about weather, novels, and church music. Understand politics, but never, ever express an opinion about it. No Latin, only if you use it for embroidery. Historians still argue whether this pressure came more from men's fear or from women upholding a rigid social hierarchy themselves. Either way, the outcome was the same. Intelligence was considered a liability unless it was prettily packaged. Here's your fringe tidbit. One etiquette manual from 1872 included a list of topics for feminine charm, such as flowers, seasonal produce, and harmless anecdotes about birds. It also warned, avoid opinions on parliamentary matters or railroads, as these produce frowns in gentlemen. Railroads, too spicy. At Rosewood, Eleanor's secret society of clever girls is thriving. They call themselves the Thinking Hour now, because they meet at twilight, when the rest of the house is busy with embroidery and piano practice. Their discussions are electric, sometimes philosophical, sometimes furious. Tonight, Eleanor raises a question. Why are we told that intellect and marriage can't mix? Clara, ever the poet, shrugs. Because an independent woman doesn't need rescuing, and that ruins half the stories. Margaret adds, and maybe because if we marry late, or not at all, society can't use us to prove that beauty and silence win. There's a long pause. Louisa says, do you think they're afraid of us? And the room goes quiet. Because maybe, yes, they are. You sit beside Eleanor as she writes an essay titled The Economics of Intelligence, her theory that education in girls is limited not just to control minds, but to ensure that labor, obedience, and marriageability remain a tidy, profitable package. She finishes it with, they call us investments, not individuals. Miss Cartwright finds it and says nothing, just returns it the next day with a penciled note. Strong voice. Watch your tenses. Never stop writing. But the pressure builds. Letters arrive from home, reminding Eleanor that next year she'll be introduced to society, that her debut dress is already being discussed, that she should stop reading too many serious books lest she become one of those girls. At dinner, another girl, Sarah, confides in Eleanor. My cousin went to university. She's still unmarried. Everyone talks about her like she's a failure. She got a degree, Eleanor says, blinking. And that's bad? Sarah nods. Apparently, yes. They say it makes her too unpleasantly self-sufficient. You want to scream. But Eleanor just clenches her jaw and keeps quiet. She's learning. Not just Latin or history, but the language of social danger. She begins practicing her cleverness in code, learning how to ask questions that sound innocent, how to challenge a rule without appearing confrontational, how to win debates by playing dumb at first. It's maddening, but it's also survival. And here's the kicker. Sometimes it works. Eleanor compliments a visiting clergyman on his sermon, then casually brings up Descartes. He laughs, surprised, and says, "You're sharp for a girl." She curtsies. "Only in brief flashes, sir." He doesn't even notice the blade. That night, she writes in her journal, "If I must disarm them with smiles before I strike with thought, so be it. My mind will never be their property." Because that's what it's about now. Not just learning, but keeping that learning safe in a world that keeps trying to make her forget it matters. She still dreams of universities, of publishing, of leading conversations instead of padding around them. And she knows the road ahead is littered with subtle dismissals and well-meaning sabotage. But she also knows something else. They cannot silence what they don't see coming. Rain taps against the high-arched windows of the schoolroom, and the air smells faintly of damp books and rosewater. It's Science Day, which sounds promising until you realize the lesson plan is flowers. Again, specifically, the pollination of flowering plants. There's even a diagram featuring a bee with a tiny, tasteful bonnet. You glance at Eleanor. Her mouth is set in a tight line. You already know what she's thinking. This isn't science, not really. Today, announces Miss Forsyth, we'll discuss the female reproductive organs of the lily. Margaret raises an eyebrow. Clara mutters, "That's bold." Louisa nearly chokes on her ink. Miss Forsyth immediately pivots. Just the botanical aspects, of course. And there it is, the Victorian compromise. You can teach science to girls, as long as it's safe, polite, and absolutely non-threatening. Welcome to the world of ladylike science, where Newton is optional, Darwin is dangerous, and the microscope is for viewing butterfly wings, not blood cells. Here's your mainstream fact. During the Victorian era, girls were occasionally taught basic science, often through the lens of domestic usefulness. Botany was acceptable. Astronomy was a stretch. Chemistry? Risky. Anything involving dissection, mechanics, or energetic inquiry was frowned upon. Historians still argue whether this was due to a belief in intellectual inferiority or moral fragility. Either way, the outcome was clear. Boys learned how the universe worked. Girls learned how gardens grew. Eleanor, of course, wants more. That afternoon, she corners Miss Cartwright in the hallway. "Do we have any books on physics?" The governess hesitates, then whispers, "There's one." Locked in the supply cupboard. It belonged to the previous headmistress. She thought girls might one day learn how levers work. Eleanor blinks. Scandalous. Miss Cartwright smirks. "Don't tell Miss Forsyth. She thinks gravity is a metaphor." That night, in the linen closet, the thinking hour reconvenes. Eleanor opens the book with reverence. Elements of Natural Philosophy. It's dense, yellowed with age, and full of thrillingly dangerous ideas. Mass, inertia, momentum. "It's like Latin for the universe," Margaret whispers. They copy diagrams into the margins of their embroidery patterns. Clara uses thread to trace the path of a falling apple onto a scrap of linen. Louisa proposes a theory involving angular momentum and school politics. It's clumsy at first. The terms are confusing, the math intimidating. But the girls are hooked. And here's your fringe tidbit. Some upper-class girls in the late 1800s built secret science clubs. They performed rudimentary chemistry experiments using household items: vinegar, eggshells, stolen candlesticks. One group near Liverpool reportedly constructed a primitive battery and shocked themselves for fun. Their club motto? Curiosity before corsetry. Eleanor is no different. Within a week, she's filled an entire notebook with scribbled formulas, force diagrams, and angry side notes like, "Why is this not in the curriculum?" The next day, Miss Forsyth catches her reading Newton during embroidery hour. "That book isn't suitable," she says. "Why?" Eleanor asks. "It's unstructured and masculine." "Gravity?" Eleanor blinks. "Gravity is masculine?" Miss Forsyth's eye twitches. "You will hand it over." Eleanor doesn't argue. She hands it over calmly. Then that night, she pulls a second copy, painstakingly copied by hand, from under her pillow. She isn't just learning science now. She's stealing it. She begins seeing the laws of physics everywhere, in the swing of a pendulum, in the way her inkwell tips when the desk is uneven, in the daily choreography of girls being herded from classroom to chapel. One evening, as she tries to explain centrifugal force using a teacup and a length of ribbon, Louisa grins. "You're starting to sound like a professor." Eleanor blinks. And then she smiles, because now that's not a joke. She writes in her journal, "The world makes more sense when you understand the rules beneath the surface. And the more I learn, the less I believe they were made for us." Eventually, she starts a new section in her notebook, titled Forbidden Questions. Why can't girls learn mechanics? Why are female bodies considered too weak for inquiry? What would happen if girls taught science instead of being protected from it? The final question is left unanswered, but you can feel the weight of it. One afternoon, a new girl arrives, Eliza, quiet, serious, and carrying a telescope lens in her coat pocket. She joins the thinking hour within a day. Her specialty? Astronomy. Under her guidance, the girls begin charting stars from the linen closet window. They mark orbits, calculate light delay, and tape constellation charts under their beds. Eliza shows Eleanor how to find Mars. Red, she says, like the inside of rules. You can't help but notice the shift. Their conversations are more technical now, their metaphors sharper. Their thoughts too big to fit inside the floral-covered textbooks they're given. Eleanor recites Newton during chapel. For every action, she whispers as they kneel, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Clara grins. So if they suppress us, Eleanor nods. We push back. And they do. Not loudly, not publicly, but with quiet precision. They master equations by moonlight. They decode physics terms into embroidery charts. They sneak force diagrams into the margins of their moral essays. They learn science, but make it polite. At least for now. Because deep down, they know what Eleanor wrote last night. Understanding is rebellion. And I've just begun to understand. The door creaks open on a Thursday morning, and everything changes. No grand pronouncements, no fireworks, just a woman in a blue velvet coat and a very unladylike stride entering the schoolroom like she owns the air around her. Her name is Miss Lydia Harrow, and she is not like Miss Forsyth. Eleanor watches as Miss Harrow removes her gloves, lays a book titled The Sciences of Life and Motion on the desk, and addresses the stunned room. Ladies, today we begin with an introduction to cellular biology. And no, I will not be apologizing. You blink. The girls blink. One of them drops her embroidery hoop, because this is not how the day usually begins. Here's your mainstream fact. In the latter half of the 19th century, a few groundbreaking schools emerged, ones that dared to educate girls like they were actual humans, with brains, instead of vases with ringlets. Schools like North London Collegiate and Cheltenham Ladies' College, often run by reform-minded women, introduced proper science, mathematics, and history into the curriculum. Radical stuff? Apparently. Miss Harrow is clearly cut from the same cloth. You learn she's recently been hired to teach natural studies, but no one quite expected her to show up with microscope slides and zero interest in discussing embroidery. She wears spectacles, not dainty ones, but thick, serious ones, and smells faintly of ink and defiance. Eleanor is riveted. Miss Harrow paces as she speaks, hands tucked behind her back like a general preparing for intellectual war. We will not be skipping the more complicated bits. I see no reason why male students should be allowed to explore the circulatory system while you're stuck labeling leaves. Somewhere, Miss Forsyth is having a fainting spell. Historians still argue whether women like Miss Harrow were true radicals or simply responding to growing demand among students. But when you see the way the girls lean forward in their seats, eyes bright, it's clear. This was needed. Eleanor whispers, "Is this what real teaching feels like?" Yes. Yes, it is. Miss Harrow doesn't coddle. She assigns readings, gives proper lectures, and, heaven forbid, even allows questions. Real ones. From girls. With full sentences. She passes, around magnifying glasses and dissected flower parts. The word ovule is said out loud, without euphemism. Louisa turns bright red. Clara pretends to faint. Eleanor grins, like she's just been handed the moon. That evening, in the linen closet, the thinking hour buzzes with energy. She quoted Darwin, Margaret says, breathless. She explained photosynthesis in full, Clara adds, with equations. And she said, Eleanor chimes in, that knowledge is not gendered. You let that settle for a moment. Knowledge is not gendered. Here's your fringe tidbit. One of the earliest biology textbooks for girls, published in 1878, included a secret preface written by its female author under a pseudonym. She wrote, "May this serve as a lantern in the dark halls where women are not yet welcome." Most schools remove the preface before issuing the book. Miss Harrow clearly would have kept it in. The next week, Eleanor and the other girls are taken outside to collect plant specimens. Not for their aesthetics, but for dissection. Under Miss Harrow's watchful eye, they slice stems, inspect xylem tissue, and ask if they'll ever be allowed to move on to animal biology. "In this school?" Miss Harrow snorts. "I doubt it, but you'll learn it anyway." She's teaching off syllabus. You can tell, but she doesn't care. She's doing what no one else here has dared to do, treating the girls like students, not ornaments. At dinner, Miss Forsyth quietly reminds the staff that science must be tempered with virtue. Miss Harrow simply raises an eyebrow and asks if she'd like to observe the mitosis lesson on Tuesday. The next day, Eleanor receives her first formal lab report assignment. Her topic, the circulation of water in vascular plants. She turns it in with footnotes, diagrams, and a final paragraph that says, "This process mirrors the flow of ideas, suppressed at the root, but inevitable in bloom." Miss Harrow circles it and writes, "Exactly." It's the first time Eleanor has ever received praise for being too much, and it flips a switch in her. She begins to walk differently, straight, quicker. She starts asking tougher questions in every class, not just science. She challenges the historical narrative during a lesson on the Napoleonic Wars and cites Mary Somerville, the first woman to be named a member of the Royal Astronomical Society. Miss Forsyth narrows her eyes. "You're growing rather opinionated." "Only where accuracy is concerned," Eleanor replies sweetly. That night, Eleanor writes in her journal, "She teaches like the world is ours, not theirs. I've never seen anything so dangerous." And she's right. Miss Harrow is dangerous, not because she's unruly, but because she's efficient, measured, calm, and utterly unafraid of the system. She doesn't shout. She doesn't need to. Her teaching speaks. The other girls begin to follow her lead. They start requesting proper materials. Margaret asks to read The Origin of Species. Miss Harrow hands her a battered copy without a word. Clara writes a poem about the periodic table. Louisa gives an impromptu explanation of combustion using the lunch fire and a crust of bread. Miss Harrow watches it all with that faint smile of hers, the kind that says, "Good, keep going." In the corridor, Eleanor passes her and whispers, "What if we wanted more?" Miss Harrow replies, "Then take it." And that's all she says. No lesson plan. No rebellion. Just permission. The kind of permission that unravels the careful seams of 1,000 polite expectations. Eleanor knows now, this isn't about having one brilliant teacher. It's about what that teacher proves. That the impossible is already happening. That change doesn't knock. It walks in with a velvet coat and a microscope and says, "Let's begin." And you begin. Again. But differently this time. Because this classroom, for once, feels like it's preparing you for something real. The chalkboard squeaks. Pens scratch. Somewhere behind you, a girl coughs into a lace-trimmed handkerchief. But something electric hums beneath the usual rhythm of the schoolroom. It's exam day. Not just any exam, though. History. And not the watered-down version filled with crowned heads and polite wars. Today, Eleanor and the other girls will be answering real, difficult, unladylike questions. Because Miss Harrow wrote them. What were the political consequences of the Industrial Revolution on working-class women? The first question asks. Clara gasps softly. Louisa exhales like she's been holding her breath for 2 years. It's not embroidery. It's not etiquette. It's revolution on paper. Eleanor dips her pen into ink and begins writing furiously. Here's your mainstream fact. By the 1870s, a few trailblazing schools in England were starting to prepare girls for public examinations, including the Cambridge local examinations. It was controversial. Girls sitting exams like boys? The horror. Some critics insisted it would ruin their health, wrinkle their foreheads, and destroy their ability to birth sons. Historians still argue whether these early academic assessments for girls were introduced to placate pressure from reformers or if they were sincere steps toward equality. Either way, they sparked a quiet revolution, and it's happening now. Miss Forsyth paces at the front, her posture tighter than usual. She clearly doesn't approve of Miss Harrow's more vigorous curriculum, but she's not in charge of the exam. The school board approved it, reluctantly, and now the girls are being tested, as in measured, as in taken seriously. Eleanor finishes the first essay and flips to the next, a quote from Mary Wollstonecraft. I do not wish them to have power over men, but over themselves. Discuss. She doesn't blink. Her pen flies. The other girls steal glances at each other, and for the first time, they all look less like students and more like scholars. Even Sarah, the quietest girl in the room, writes with her jaw set like a fortress. You glance at Eleanor's page. To have power over oneself is to have the freedom to question, to think, to imagine. If we teach girls to follow without thought, we create obedient shadows, not citizens. Sharp, measured, unapologetic. But outside this classroom, the world still spins in its lace and silence orbit. At dinner, the teachers debate whether the girls' success is a novelty or a threat. A few mutter about overexertion. Miss Harrow says nothing. She just sips her tea and raises an eyebrow so sharply it could cut fabric. Here's your fringe tidbit. In 1869, a group of girls at a school in Birmingham staged a quiet revolt by submitting full-length, academically rigorous essays to the school board, despite being told to write only summaries. One headmaster declared them distressingly thorough. Back in the dormitory, Eleanor flops onto her bed, exhausted. I think I broke a finger from writing. You probably broke someone's worldview, Clara mutters, massaging her wrist. They laugh, but there's something different in the air now. A kind of raw pride. These weren't practice papers. They were a declaration. We can do this. We've always been able to. The results come in a week later. Quietly, via envelope. Miss Harrow reads them aloud at assembly, with only a slight, triumphant quiver in her voice. Top marks in history, Eleanor Godfrey. The room is silent, then clapping. Hesitant at first, then louder. Miss Forsyth clears her throat like someone's dropped a rat in her tea. Eleanor sits very still. Proud, but wary. Because yes, she won. But now they know she can win, and that makes her a problem. Later, she's summoned, not to be scolded, but to be counseled. You've done remarkably well, Miss Forsyth says, folding her hands tightly. But consider how this will be received when you're presented to society. Pardon? Men of certain status may find it difficult. A woman with too much intellect can intimidate, even repel. Eleanor stares at her. You think I should do worse? Miss Forsyth leans forward. I think you should be wise. You may impress them into silence, but do not shame them into leaving. Outside the office, Eleanor leans against the cold stone wall and exhales. She writes that night, I no longer want to be impressive. I want to be undeniable. And she's not alone. Margaret scored top marks in algebra. Louisa's essay on the Irish famine got flagged by the board for inflammatory clarity. Clara's poem was so analytical, the examiner thought it had been plagiarized. It wasn't. The girls walk taller now. They ask harder questions. They laugh louder during science lessons. One of them, Sarah, tells her mother she wants to apply for the university exam. Her mother faints. Not metaphorically. She actually hits the chaise longue. But the chain reaction has begun. Miss Harrow posts a quote on the board the next morning. The moment you doubt whether you can fly, you cease forever to be able to do it. J. M. Barrie. Eleanor draws a tiny pair of wings in the corner of her exam paper and labels them. Educated girl, mid-flight. And you believe it. She's flying now, not away from tradition, but towards something bigger, not despite the stiff dresses and the stifled lectures, but because she's finally shown what happens when a girl learns she can think and then dares to prove it. Tea is being served in fine china, and the room smells of bergamot and tension. Queen Victoria herself isn't here, obviously, but her portrait hangs high above the fireplace, watching everything with a look that's equal parts maternal pride and colonial judgment. You're back in the headmistress's parlor, where Eleanor and a few other exceptional girls have been invited to hear an important talk about their future. They're told they are bright examples of the Queen's legacy. Eleanor exchanges a glance with Clara. The irony is not lost on them, because Queen Victoria, a woman who ruled an empire, commanded armies, and gave her name to an entire era, was, by her own admission, not a fan of women's rights. Here's your mainstream fact. Queen Victoria famously referred to early feminists as wicked and foolish. She believed a woman's proper place was in the home, and referred to the concept of female suffrage as a mad, wicked folly. Her personal beliefs clashed sharply with the role she represented: powerful, public, and utterly untraditional. Historians still argue whether Victoria's views were genuine conservatism, political strategy, or the result of personal trauma and extreme idealism about domestic roles. But the contradiction is clear. The most powerful woman in Britain thought women should have no power. Eleanor, naturally, has thoughts. She ruled half the globe, she whispers later, but would be horrified to find out, I want to go to university. Clara nods. She wanted to be obeyed, just not by other women. And there it is, the strange, sticky contradiction Victorian girls like Eleanor had to navigate. They lived in the shadow of a female monarch who was simultaneously the strongest possible proof that women could lead, and the loudest voice saying they shouldn't. The lecture continues. Miss Forsyth reads a selection from Victoria's letters to her daughters, focusing on passages about virtue, obedience, and how a woman's greatest joy is the service of her husband and children. Eleanor tries not to groan audibly. Clara does groan audibly. Miss Forsyth ignores it. Here's your fringe tidbit. There's an unconfirmed but persistent rumor that one of Victoria's own daughters, Princess Louise, secretly supported women's suffrage and even donated to women's colleges under a pseudonym. If true, It would mean the queen's own children quietly disagreed with her while doing elaborate curtsies at her birthday dinners. Eleanor begins drafting a short essay, later titled The Paradox of a Queen Who Refused the Throne of Her Own Mind. She doesn't plan to turn it in, just needs to get the words out before they burn her up. In it, she writes, "Power in a corset is still power, but it teaches girls to hold their breath while ruling." That's what she can't reconcile. That a woman could be the most visible figure in the empire and still promote a version of femininity that suffocated the girls growing up under her watchful painted gaze. At dinner, a guest lecturer from a local grammar school tells the girls, "Your ambition should be to emulate the queen, not in authority, but in dignity." Eleanor nearly spits out her soup. "What's the difference?" she asks. He smiles tightly. "Authority is granted. Dignity is chosen." "Or assigned," she mutters. Miss Harrow, seated 2 places down, makes direct eye contact and nods, just once. Later that night, the thinking hour turns into a full-on debate club. Louisa argues that Victoria could have done more to support educational reforms for girls. Margaret counters that she did support some charity schools and model households. Eleanor chimes in, but she also called women's rights activists mad women. Doesn't that count as sabotage? Clara, lying on the floor with a book balanced on her stomach, shrugs. She was a product of her time. Eleanor shakes her head. "We're all products. That doesn't mean we can't remake ourselves." They fall silent. The candle flickers. Outside, a wind kicks up like someone trying to shake history loose. Here's the kicker. The queen's own image, her regal bearing, her empire-wide portraits, was often used by reformers and traditionalists to make their points. She was a symbol everyone wanted to claim. A Rorschach in a black morning gown. Eleanor draws a sketch of the queen's crown. But instead of jewels, it's filled with words, responsibility, repression, contradiction, silence, rule. She writes underneath, "What is the use of a throne if you can't speak from it?" The next day, Eleanor is asked to write a short speech for the upcoming Victorian Values Assembly. The topic? How Her Majesty the Queen reflects the dignity of womanhood. She spends exactly 5 minutes on it. She writes, "Her Majesty ruled a vast empire, raised 9 children, and wore black for 40 years. But perhaps her greatest achievement was proving that a woman could rule absolutely and still be told she shouldn't." Miss Forsyth reads it, scowls, and says, "Try again." Less sarcasm. Eleanor shrugs. That wasn't sarcasm. That was history. She isn't asked to speak at the assembly, but that doesn't matter. The painting of Queen Victoria still hangs above the mantel, still watching, still silent. But something in Eleanor has shifted. She no longer wants the Queen's approval. She wants her own authority. And she's beginning to realize she doesn't need a crown to claim it. The night is still, thick with silence, except for the occasional creak of floorboards and the rustle of skirts against cold stone. Eleanor moves, carefully, barefoot, carrying a candle stub and a book clutched tightly under her shawl. You follow her through the narrow corridors of the school, past portraits that frown disapprovingly even in the dark. She turns down a hallway she's not supposed to know exists. And then, behind the old Latin classroom, she reaches it. A small, warped door, hidden in plain sight. She knocks once, twice, then opens it slowly. Inside, a miracle. Candles flicker on mismatched shelves. The air smells like paper, ink, and rebellion. It's a room barely bigger than a pantry, but it holds more power than any classroom in the building. This is the library. Not the official one, of course. That's filled with moral poetry, cookbooks, and inspirational stories about self-sacrificing maidens. This is something else. A hidden room, built quietly, purposefully, by girls and teachers over the years who understood one simple truth. If they couldn't be given knowledge, they would take it. Eleanor's Candlelight reveals titles you're not supposed to see in a girls' school. On the Origin of Species, A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, The Subjection of Women, The Elements of Geometry, The Female Physician, anonymous of course, and a battered copy of Euclid that's missing a cover, but bursting with margin notes. Here's your mainstream fact. In the mid to late 1800s, many girls and women formed informal reading societies and clandestine libraries, sometimes hidden within schools, sometimes in homes or garden sheds. These groups weren't just about books. They were about autonomy, access, and survival. Historians still argue whether these libraries were tolerated as harmless curiosities or intentionally overlooked by sympathetic staff. Either way, they existed. And in places like this, education stopped being ornamental and started being revolutionary. Tonight, Eleanor isn't alone. Clara, Louisa, Margaret, Eliza, they're already there, huddled in shawls and nightgowns, passing around an astronomy atlas like it's contraband. Jupiter's moons, Eliza whispers. I found a chapter on them. And did you know they orbit in harmony? Like dancers. Dancers with better choreography than we've ever been taught, Louisa mutters. The girls giggle. But it's a serious kind of joy. The kind born not from freedom, but from getting away with something that matters. Eleanor pulls out her own contribution, a hand-copied essay by Florence Nightingale on hospital reform. She spent 3 nights transcribing it by candlelight. She used statistics, she says proudly, actual graphs. Imagine, data from a woman. Here's your fringe tidbit. There's record of a secret reading group at a school in Sussex that used Robinson Crusoe as a cover, literally. They slipped pages from radical pamphlets and scientific articles into its pages and passed it around under the nose of their suspicious headmistress. They called themselves the Island. The girls at Rosewood haven't picked a name. Yet. But tonight, they feel like an island too. Eleanor curls up near the fireplace, cold ashes only, and opens a book on basic anatomy. They don't teach this, she murmurs, tracing a diagram of the spine. They act like we don't have bones. Louisa adds, only if they're decorative. Clara's reading a political essay aloud, her voice low but firm. It's about suffrage. The idea that women should vote still feels impossible, but somehow it also feels inevitable. They read until the candles gutter, until their eyes blur and the cold creeps in under the door. But no one moves to leave, because this is the only room where they are allowed to ask everything, say everything, be everything. Eleanor flips a page. Why don't they want us to know these things? Margaret answers softly. Because if we know too much, we might ask for more. And that's exactly it. These hidden libraries and secret societies weren't dangerous because of what they taught, but because they taught girls to expect more than what they'd been given. More knowledge, more rights, more self. Eleanor tucks a folded note into the back of a geometry book. It reads, to the next girl who finds this, you're not alone. Learn everything they don't want you to. It's not the first note in the library. Some books contain pressed flowers. diagrams, arguments scribbled in pencil, even one recipe for homemade ink. A girl, in 1871, apparently tried to develop her own code. It was never cracked, but the legend remains. This space is sacred, not because it's secret, but because it's shared. Built by hands that weren't allowed to vote, teach, or speak in Parliament, but still reach forward, holding out knowledge like a flame. Eleanor yawns and finally closes her book. I want to remember this. You nod. You will. They file out one by one, returning to their narrow beds and their acceptable dreams. But you linger a moment longer, watching the candle smoke curl upward, as if whispering to the shelves. Tomorrow, they'll wake and curtsy and recite moral poetry. But tonight, they've read the truth, and that truth cannot be unlearned. The hall is too quiet. Even the usual creak of the floorboards sounds suspiciously loud. You stand beside Eleanor, heart thudding in rhythm with hers, as she smooths her skirt and exhales slowly. Her pencil case is clutched so tightly in her hand, you can see the outline of every finger. Today is the day, the unauthorized exam. It wasn't supposed to happen, not officially, not within the gentle confines of Rosewood Academy. But here it is, the girls' secret challenge, the Cambridge local examinations, the boys' exams, and today, Eleanor and 5 other girls are going to sit them, for real, with actual proctors, actual questions, actual consequences. It began with a dare. No, not a childish one, but the kind of dare that changes things. Miss Harrow had slipped Eleanor a syllabus meant for male students last term. Out of curiosity, she'd said, in case you ever feel like proving a point. So Eleanor studied. Quietly, then not so quietly. She brought the idea to the thinking hour. The girls balked, then buzzed, then agreed. One by one, they prepared in secret history, Latin, algebra, physics. Night after night, they read by candlelight and quizzed each other on the laws of motion while pretending to embroider. And now here they are, quills inked, minds burning, waiting to be led into the room that says, you do not belong. Here's your mainstream fact. In 1869, Cambridge first allowed girls to sit the local examinations, the same as boys, but not in the same room. The girls had to take them at separate centers, often with intense scrutiny and limited resources. The reaction was immediate. Disbelief, laughter, and a wide range of medical warnings about how exams might overheat their brains. Historians still argue whether the public reaction was due to misogyny, fear of social collapse, or sheer disbelief that girls could pass. Back in Rosewood, Miss Forsyth is having what could best be described as a very refined panic. We are not a testing ground for ideological experiments, she says, even as Miss Harrow calmly unpacks the exam materials on her desk. The girls requested it. They're prepared, she replies, perfectly composed. You've risked the school's reputation. Miss Harrow blinks. What reputation is that? That we teach embroidery at a university level? Boom! Eleanor smiles to herself, then walks in, spine straight. The examination hall, usually used for needlework assessments, is transformed. Desks are evenly spaced. The curtains are pulled back to let in as much natural light as possible. Ink bottles sit like miniature soldiers beside stacks of lined paper. The examiner arrives. A stiff-collared man from Cambridge who clearly expected to be invigilating future bishops, not girls with ink-stained fingers. He scans the room, frowns, and opens his briefcase with the kind of theatrical slowness only truly doubtful men can master. Begin. Pens scratch, papers rustle. No one speaks. Eleanor reads the first question. Translate the following passage from Cicero into English and comment on its moral argument. Her mind kicks in like clockwork. She's read this one before. The passage about duty and the moral obligations of citizens. She translates fluently, then adds her commentary. The highest duty, Cicero argues, is to act with reason, not obedience. This principle applies to women too, though they are rarely invited into the discussion. She keeps writing. The physics question is next. Describe the behavior of a pendulum and its relationship to gravitational force. She thinks of the ink bottle experiment they did in the linen closet, the string, the weight, the formula. She sketches a diagram with a steadiness that surprises even herself. The examiner watches her. His eyes narrow, because she's not just trying, she's thriving. Here's your fringe tidbit. When the results from the first mixed-gender local examinations were published, several girls scored in the top tier, matching or outperforming their male peers. The public response? Outrage. One newspaper published a cartoon of a girl weeping over a failed marriage proposal, holding a geometry book instead of a bouquet. Back in the exam room, Clara accidentally drops her pen. It rolls across the floor. The examiner retrieves it, but says nothing. There's a charged pause. Then he places it back on her desk and simply nods. 2 hours pass, then 3. The girls don't falter. Eleanor finishes the final essay with 2 minutes to spare. Her hand is cramped. Her back aches, but her mind, on fire. She writes at the bottom of her final paper, not permitted, not expected, but perfectly capable, and signs her name. When it ends, they step out into the garden, blinking against the gray sky, breathing like they've run a race no one thought they could finish. They don't cheer. They don't cry. They just stand there in a strange new quiet, like something inside them just shifted on its axis. Miss Harrow appears at the door, holding a stack of sealed envelopes. They'll be sent to Cambridge tomorrow, she says simply. No fanfare, no announcement. But the magnitude is unmistakable. Eleanor turns to the other girls. Do you think they'll believe it? Clara grins. They'll have to. And here's the best part. Once those papers are submitted, the results can't be undone. No matter what happens next, whether they're punished, ignored, or dismissed, those essays exist. Those answers are in ink. They did it, and the world will have to respond. That night, Eleanor writes in her journal, We entered a room that wasn't built for us. We sat down anyway. We knew the answers. The only thing we didn't know was how scared they'd be when we proved it. You sit with her in the moonlight, feeling the air crackle around you, not with danger, but with history. Because this isn't just one exam. It's the start of something. The letters arrive on a Tuesday. Rain pours, because of course it does. Miss Forsyth stands stiffly in the entry hall, holding the stack of Cambridge envelopes like they might contain dynamite. One by one, names are read. Godfrey, Eleanor. Thornfield, Clara. Ashcroft, Louisa. Bright, Margaret. Holloway, Eliza. And, surprisingly, Bennett, Sarah. The girls form a loose circle under the front archway, wet, boots tracking muddy crescents on the marble floor. They each take their letter like it's a dual invitation, staring at the Cambridge crest stamped into the wax. Eleanor doesn't open hers immediately. She holds it, presses it to her chest like it's humming. She closes her eyes. Should we open them together? Louisa asks. I vote we wait 2 weeks And tell everyone we failed on purpose, says Clara. Eleanor cracks a smile. Let's do it now. One by one, envelopes tear. Pages unfold. Silence stretches. You lean in close. Then Eleanor reads aloud. We are pleased to inform you that your performance in the Cambridge local examinations ranks in the first class. Your scores in Latin, natural philosophy, and history place you in the top decile of all examinees. Dead silence. Then Clara lets out a noise somewhere between a laugh and a shriek. Margaret stares down at her page. They said I got distinction in mathematics. Me. Sarah's lip trembles. They thought I was too quiet to pass. Not anymore. Here's your mainstream fact. In the first years that girls were allowed to sit exams like the Cambridge locals, their success rates shocked the exam boards. Girls consistently outperformed boys in subjects they weren't even supposed to be learning. The public response ranged from cautious praise to outright panic. Historians still argue whether these exam results accelerated reforms or hardened the backlash. What's certain is that the results were irrefutable. And that's the danger of a girl with a test score. Miss Harrow beams. Just a little. You've done something no one can ignore. Miss Forsyth looks like she's aged 5 years in 5 minutes. This was not intended for publication. Eleanor turns to her. But it will be, won't it? It is. Within a week, word spreads. Quietly, at first. A local paper runs a tiny announcement. Girls from Rosewood Academy place top in Cambridge local exams. Then a bigger paper runs a larger headline. Unprecedented success. Young ladies excel in boys' education trials. The backlash arrives shortly after. You hear it in the drawing rooms. It's unnatural, one mother says. Too much stress. They'll make themselves ill. Another warns, no man wants to marry a woman who outshines him in Latin. Even the church sermon that Sunday gets suspiciously specific. Something about the fragility of the female mind. But the girls? They shine brighter for it. Miss Harrow begins planning more. A formal academic stream for interested girls. Evening lessons in philosophy. Guest lecturers. She suggests that perhaps next year they might apply to sit the university entrance exams. Oxford. Cambridge. The real deal. Eleanor's heart pounds. But then comes the school board letter. Short, final, brutal. The recent academic undertakings at Rosewood Academy have drawn unwanted attention. The board feels it necessary to reaffirm our educational mission, to cultivate character and propriety in young women, not to prepare them for professions. Effective immediately, external academic examinations are suspended. Miss Lydia Harrow's position is to be reviewed. Boom. Just like that. You're all sitting in the library when the news is read aloud. The hidden library, of course, where the air is full of that particular brand of silent fury only intelligent girls can radiate. They're afraid, Clara says flatly. Of what? Asks Eliza. Louisa answers, of us succeeding. Here's your fringe tidbit. At least one school in Manchester, in the 1880s, shut down its entire advanced girls program after one of its graduates published a controversial essay in The Spectator. The essay? A critique of how women were excluded from formal law education. It was titled, Who Decides What We Learn? Back at Rosewood, the girls take stock. Miss Harrow, calm as ever, meets with each of them individually. I'll still teach you, she says. They can't take what you've already learned. You're beyond their reach now. But Eleanor is gutted. She paces the library, fingers tracing the spines of books she knows she's nearly memorized. I thought this was the beginning. It is, you tell her. They're just trying to put the gate back up after you've already walked through. She writes a letter that night, not to her parents, not to the school board, but to the examiner, the stiff-collared man who sat across from her as she scribbled down Cicero and Newton. She thanks him, and then she says, "You've seen what we can do. Tell them, even if they try to pretend it didn't happen, because we answered every question they thought we couldn't." A week later, her letter is published. Girls at Rosewood, Beyond the Needle. And the public goes wild. Support floods in. Quiet letters from girls at other schools. One simply says, "They won't let me take the exam, but I know I could pass it. You've given me proof." Miss Harrow is dismissed. The news comes in a thin envelope. No fanfare. No hearing. She packs quietly, calmly. She hugs Eleanor just once. "Keep going," she says. "They can fire me. They can't unteach you." Eleanor watches her walk down the path until the blue velvet of her coat vanishes behind the hedgerows. No one speaks for a long time. Then Margaret says, "Do you think they'll replace her with another embroidery teacher?" Eleanor turns. "No," she says. "They'll replace her with someone quieter." But they're too late. The seeds are already planted, and every girl who passed that exam knows exactly what she's capable of now. The wind outside is picked up. The windows rattle in their frames. Inside Rosewood, everything is still. Too still. Miss Harrow is gone. Her books, her microscope, her lecture notes, all packed and vanished like she was never there. But the air hasn't forgotten. Neither have the girls. Eleanor stares out the window of the school library, not the hidden one, the official one, the dull one, the one that smells like dried lavender and powdered resignation. She's not reading. She's remembering. "Should we even stay?" Clara asks, half whispering from the next shelf over. "Where else would we go?" Louisa replies. "Home? To be married off like prize cattle?" Margaret mutters, "I hear they're expanding the embroidery curriculum next term." That gets a laugh. Bitter, but real. Because no matter how many pages the school tries to turn backward, the ink is still wet on everything the girls have learned. Here's your mainstream fact. Despite institutional backlash, the late 19th century saw a sharp rise in girls' academic ambitions and actual academic performance. Girls began quietly dominating grammar, writing, and history subjects. Some even received scholarships to new women's colleges. And more importantly, they started pushing back when the gates closed again. And right now, Eleanor is deciding whether to knock again or build a door of her own. She's not sure how. Not yet. But she knows she can. She begins drafting a letter to a friend of Miss Harrow's, an academic woman rumored to be founding a progressive school in London. It's part inquiry, part manifesto. She explains what they learned at Rosewood and what happened when they dared to prove it. At the end, she writes, "We have more questions than we're allowed to ask, and more answers than we're permitted to give." She signs it on behalf of all 6 of them. The reply arrives a month later. It's short, sharp, and perfect. "We'd be glad to have you. Bring your books. Bring your fire." And just like that, Eleanor has a future again. It's not a guarantee. It's a gamble, but it's hers. Here's your fringe tidbit. At least 3 small schools in the 1880s were quietly run out of converted homes in London by women who were either disqualified from teaching at boys' schools or simply refused to play by the rules. They called their students thinkers first, daughters second. Eleanor and the other girls finish out their term with as much dignity as they can muster. They nod politely during sermons. They stitch exactly what they're told to. They answer questions with soft voices and razor-sharp syntax. But the world outside Rosewood has changed for them. There's no unlearning now. No return. On the final day of term, Eleanor sneaks one last visit to the hidden library. She adds one final note, slipped into the back cover of Elements of Natural Philosophy. It reads, "We weren't supposed to get this far, so we're going farther." She presses the book shut. Later, she walks past Miss Forsyth without flinching, past the drawing room where future brides are being told how to manage a household, past the courtyard where she first stitched roses into linen and pretended they meant something. She walks out the front door of Rosewood, books in hand, skirt dragging slightly in the damp grass, and doesn't look back. Because she knows that this is not an ending, it's a handoff, a legacy. Because the truth is, girls like Eleanor changed everything, not in riots, but in rooms. Not with marches, but with margins. Not by breaking the rules loudly, but by bending them so slowly and persistently that one day they simply snapped. They made schools pay attention. They forced universities to reconsider. They wrote books, taught others, and passed their knowledge like torches, hand to ink-stained hand. Some married, some didn't. Some raised daughters who never had to stitch samplers with fake humility quotes. Some became doctors, mathematicians, and writers with real names on the cover. And you? You're here now, still listening. That means they didn't fail. Their quiet rebellion echoes in every classroom where a girl raises her hand and doesn't wait for permission to speak. And somewhere, maybe in a school, maybe in a cramped bedroom, maybe right now, another Eleanor is flipping through a dusty book and discovering that education is not something you're given. It's something you take. And you already know how. Now that we've reached the end of our story, take a long, steady breath. Let it out slowly. Feel your shoulders soften. Your eyes are heavier now. Maybe your mind is still floating through the candlelit library or listening to the scrape of quills on paper in that chilly exam hall. Let it drift. We've spent a long night walking alongside girls who were told to sit still, stay quiet, and smile on cue. But who chose something different? Who stitched secrets into their samplers and whispered forbidden formulas under their breath? Who learned in silence and changed everything without ever slamming a single door? Maybe you're thinking of how far we've come, or maybe how far there is still to go. But tonight, none of that needs fixing. It just needs rest. Picture Eleanor now, not as a girl, but older, standing in front of a classroom of her own, maybe, handing out books and speaking Latin fluently without apology, or walking with her daughter through a museum, pausing at the exhibit marked Victorian Education for Girls and smiling knowingly. Because the world tried to close the book on her, and she wrote another chapter instead. Let the image fade gently. Your thoughts can wait till morning. For now, be still. Be soft. The rebellion will still be here when you wake. And remember, every time you learn something you weren't supposed to, you carry them with you.